Yeah, I'd love it whenever they contact YouTube on behalf of other people.
Oh no.
No, it's not even. That's just people that sample other songs in their music and put it on SoundCloud and then say, I own the copyright to this.
Ah, yes.
Oh boy. The whole OBS setup is borked.
Mhm.
Oh no, what happened? Do we need to disconnect and reconnect?
I don't know. Everyone's player avatar thingies are gone.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Technical difficulty.
Yeah, technical difficulties always making the game. I wonder. Sure, Meta, if you could be so kind as to disconnect and come back in to test it out. I would be ever so grateful.
I did, but I don't see any change.
Yeah, then
Are the files in the right place?
they should be.
I see Atticus, but I don't see anybody else.
Yeah, it's an Atticus only
Fine.
game today. He has become
I'm the
protagonist.
most important person here.
Clearly.
I've always been the protagonist, it's fine.
Well, I don't know what's going on,
It's
but
it's cause your game's name starts with A.
that doesn't matter. So we can play and so where have we left off? Last year is where we left off. Now it's
We did.
2025, and in 2025 we will begin with exploring a whole brand new world. But what has happened with 2024 at the very end? Plenty of things, you see. The group that had previously been exploring the ruins of Tartalon to completion almost. You did leave things behind, but it's too late to get back now.
It's fine.
After having explored the ruins of Tartalon, you guys figure out a few things here and there, and then eventually you made your way back to Mercantis, bringing young Nerol along with you. And once back in Mercantis, finally, all of you then started figuring out unsettling things and issues you had withstanding previously, namely what has become of our prodigy duo Shane and Shala, what has also become of Professor Fluffbutt, what had become of Jergly, the little goblin you had to report having been killed, and also Narol to a degree as well. You had two Signy rings to deliver to different people to say, well, this person has met their end.
Well, the second signet ring is on
Left
a skeleton
yeah.
in the place.
Which
Really, the people are delivering themselves to the ring. And that beautifully engraved knife.
other than that, you also had some other little things you had to settle, but it was plenty fast. You came in contact with a new magical item buyer in Mercantis who might be interested in buying all of your nonsensical magical shenanigans you find in your adventures that you might not be using because random loot be random, yo. You all have also decided to make a joint bank account at the Bank of Mercantis, and why am I not in Mercantis?
That's right,
Map-wise.
folks. We're married now.
Yep.
In the Obsidian Vaults, you have created a joint bank account for the group as a whole, and the group needed a name, and you settled on one. You are now henceforth known as the Moon Dancers. And you had a lovely back and forth with the Char employee clerk at the bank who had to kinda deal with your shenanigans for quite a while. Then after all of this was said and done, you went back to the academy to try and look into more things, also at Nerul's behest. You learned a little bit more about why he was being sacrificed by snake people. Turns out there's a dark god, the Dahak, that is being worshipped in some places here in the desert. It's the evil god of Durgs, and there's, well, the snake people apparently want the Durgs back, the bad Durgs, the Durgs who will side with them. Go figure. And they are around, they are dangerous, and they almost sacrificed Pornorol, but you guys swooped in to save him. But this cult of the Hawk still operates in the southern desert region and blah 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 blah. However, for your, well, not your, but to one of you guys' dismay, most of this information was relayed by one Rendikar Antioram, whom apparently Trukar is not happy with. And Rendikar Antioram also had some very, very minor information about Norgorber to hand out, namely the curse and everything else, afflicting poor Jill and everyone else, and things that can be done to reverse the curse. But you have discovered that, much like Jill's wife had said, the curse can only be lifted, or not his wife, he himself said it. The curse can only be lifted if the person who was to be sacrificed for the ritual, namely Dust, was sacrificed and the ritual was completed, then the curse would be lifted. Or if the people who were the witnesses, well, witnesses slash conspirators who enabled the ritual to come forth, were all killed instead, so Norgorber would not have as solid a foothold.
An anchor.
Yeah, an anchor, a foothold in this realm to keep enacting on the curse. Unfortunately, you don't know exactly who all are the witnesses and people who facilitated the ritual, but you have a very solid idea that it would be the priest that Jill and his group killed 10 years ago, but also the entirety of Dust's family, including his brother, who now lives in Mercantis, married to Basil's brother.
And that's going to be very awkward to explain over dinner.
Mhm.
Actually, no, it won't, because, well, at least for Dust, the people he's having family dinner with are dead. Hooray. Not sure about Basil's family, though. That's going to be tough.
Don't ask. Don't tell.
The other solution you found instead of killing his family was to completely and totally erase their minds so they don't even remember ever being a worshipper of Norgorber, but erasing 10 whole years of their minds will have some weird side effects to imagine, but not only that, it will also cause Dust's brother to forget all about being married to Basil's brother. And that's a whole can of worms we don't know if we want to open or not, but that is the information Rendekar had for you all. Then, after that, we went to the big event of the evening, where Tak Stormpaw had challenged young Shane to a duel at the arena to teach him some discipline and prove that he's not ready for the big bad world out there. And making your way to the arena, all of you went there. Some of you guys went to the stands to watch, while Tak and Shane battled it out until none other than Maximum Septim had shown up, apparently what with it being a day of the arena, and said that you guys were, all up in his business, and that you, Tak, had been forbidden from ever returning to the arena ever again. But with you being there, it was an insolence and a slight on his name, so he ordered his fighters to try and take you down. So you got to see once again Odzi and Nimian and fight against them, but also a hidden fighter you had not remembered or seen before, Meek Rawave.
And we'll never see again.
All of whom you guys tried to fight and succeeded exceedingly, because Nimian never even had a turn, Odzi barely got to do anything, and Meek got knocked out and pushed into a hole and broke his neck on the fall. And the repercussions of which you will still have to hear, but as you were ordered to be killed on spot, Trukar managed to convince Thalia and Maximum Septim to give you some benevolence and allow you to go on for another day. You all, not being fools, decided to take this chance and go out of the arena for good this time and praise your lucky stars. So that is where we left off, with all five of you plus Shane and Shala getting out of the arena and hurrying back to the flaming cactus, where you almost you had a very close encounter with bad news. Does that
Yep.
sounds about right, or did I leave anything off?
That sounds like everything.
Yep.
All right then. So before we begin properly, I would like you all to double check that you have inspiration. If you don't,
Yep.
apply it to yourselves.
Apply directly to forehead.
Not your forehead, but yes, do apply inspiration back to yourselves. If you haven't yet. And I had previously asked you guys to look into the Bastion rules.
And
Yep.
boy, howdy, did they exist.
Yeah, I asked some of you, well, I asked all of you to look into the Bastion rules. I got feedback from a couple of you saying that they exist, but they don't seem very exciting. And I don't think I've ever got a reply from everyone, but it would seem like the general consensus is rules not fun. So if it's alright with you guys, we will keep on just doing this loosey-goosey Bastion operation, or less so Bastion, but more so loosey-goosey. You have a home and you manage things in it, and we go along with it as we see fit at the time. Does that sound good for you guys?
Yep.
Sounds good.
Mhm.
Yep.
All
Make
right.
shit up.
Let's
See,
all make
Doug
shit
has
up, but
mutilated my beautiful triangle.
I did. Less so mutilated, but I did a thing. Your triangle wasn't very triangly, so I decided to,
Make it less so.
yeah, make
Yes,
it
the pancake of fanciness. Yes.
make it a little bit more spicy, one could say. I think it looks fun. So, all of you guys had then gone back to the Flaming Cactus,
Cactus.
along with Shane and Shala and friends. And are you guys doing anything for the remainder of the evening slash day? Before
I
we move
think
on.
I went out somewhere when the session ended. I'm not sure. It was so long ago.
3 weeks exactly.
I was watching for anybody showing up.
So is
I
any
don't think we need anything, so yeah.
And I think Dust went out to talk to the lizard guy. The guy who was helping him with his lizard.
that was before?
No,
Oh,
that was
Got
before.
it. Got it.
Yeah.
Lizard wizard.
I think I would just sit.
The lizard.
Yeah, I think I would sit on the roof of our tavern and just stare at the city with like contemplating the fact that I killed yet another person. Like, ever since we started the adventure, I've been just killing people.
Murder.
It's fine.
That has been happening quite a lot, as a matter of fact. You have, you, Dust, have been killing a bunch of people.
Yeah, the last one didn't mean to. It just happened.
But, for all intents and purposes, you guys return to the... all of you return to the Flaming Cactus, and there is a little bit of a lingering tension in the air. There was a tension before you guys got to the arena where Trakar apparently had some beef with Rendikar that he was totally unwilling to tell you guys about, and the mood grew a little bit heavy. But then you got to the arena, and you guys dispersed a little bit, and then there was this whole life or death situation that got you to reunite again and try to settle things in the ways that you can, which for most of you meant going down into the arena and punching people until they can no longer breathe. But for Trakar, it meant going into the stands and convincing Maximus to yield. After which, all of you guys went back to the Flaming Cactus, still with that lingering question in the air of, okay, Trakar is definitely keeping something from us, some manner of secret or backstory or whatever, but also he just
But also
saved our
easily,
bacon.
right?
He did? So, Trakar, what did you say to Septim? And
Trakar is not there. I remember the
Oh.
last session I said he's going out.
that's right.
I wonder what Jakar said.
I wonder what he said.
But, with all that said and done, the evening night sky looms over the city. Now the city being illuminated only by torchlight and the lighthouse, the beams across the horizon. And all of you ponder that still all those of you who are the Flaming Cactus and those of you who are not at the Flaming Cactus ponder that there is an opportunity here to be made. You guys can go and start working for House Tioram like it was offered, to turn part of the Flaming Cactus into a research laboratory for you guys to, less so a research laboratory, but more so a base of operations for you to become relic hunters for the Academy, with the potential of eventually becoming citizens under the Theorem household. Although, Trukar seems somewhat resistant to the idea, and you ponder and wonder amongst yourselves, is it worth it working for House Theorem now after everything that you've seen and that you've done, and now that with every day that you pass here in Mercantis you get a better grasp on the mechanics of society here and what
Yeah.
being a citizen means at the end of the day? It's a question that lingers in all of your guys' minds as you all go to sleep.
So does Trikar show back up?
No,
Oh.
he'd go to Professor Harris because that guy asked
Got
me to meet him, didn't he, the next day, no?
Got it.
Am I remembering it correctly? What the fuck is going on?
Well, I don't remember.
Well, shit.
It's been a hot minute and I don't remember, so we'll move on.
Alright then.
So all of you go to bed to sleep.
Finally, getting rid of that last exhaustion.
So everyone give yourselves a long rest. Those of you
But
who
before
have...
the long rest finishes, get interrupted in a manner that keeps you exhausted.
No.
So all of you go to bed and sleep, and those of you who have a level of exhaustion, any level of exhaustion, reduce it by 1.
Oh. I'm free. I'm EP, but I'm free.
Freedom comes, finally. So, yeah. It is a new day. Kinda, sort of. It's still like Thursday. And as morning comes, you guys look around to decide and see what's gonna be happening with your days. Narol is there, also now at this point no longer exhausted, so he should be good for all kinds of manner of shenanigans. Especially with managing your assets, which is kind of sort of what you hired him to, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Although you don't really have a whole lot of assets to be managed, Narol, he's got a whole, like, he's got some books and journals writing down pretty much your where you have been and what you have done, keeping a recorded detail of your travels and plans and everything else. So planning what's next and where to go and what to do becomes a wee bit easier in the upcoming moments, until of course he has more direct instructions of what to do.
I feel like we made up a bullshit job to keep him out of trouble.
Yeah, pretty much.
That too.
You gave him the task of being masked, but without the actual title. So
Oh, there's the triangle. It's down here.
Become a Moondance mascot. Cheering us on. Wearing silly dresses.
I'm
well-
going to spend my time counting also angles and corners. Also triangle. Yes.
If you pan south, the true triangle lives.
yeah, I didn't want to delete it. It's precious, but I did revamp what exactly constitutes the triangle, quote unquote, offensiveness.
Yep. It's fine actually because having a block delineation kind of nice.
So, you all also are woken up by the sounds of Shane and Shala preparing their stuff to go to the academy to have their daily lessons with Professor Aris.
Yep. All right, you guys learn well today.
Shala, she just nods eagerly, like, yeah, I'll try to do my best. Meanwhile, Shane, he just kinda looks at you with a knowing look of, it sucks that you beat me, but I kind of understand what you did there for me. And also, you gave me $50, so
Oh, wow.
there's this whole like a whole conversation that happens between Tack and Shane with just a glance and a nod between the two of them. But yeah, they pack their things and they go to the academy to start their daily lessons. And while they're gone and doing their things, I would like to know what Atticus, Basil, Dust, and Tack are doing or gonna be doing with their days.
Well, my goal is to ask Trakar, what did he say to Septimus?
I would love to know that too.
Well, Trakar is not here.
Gotta find him.
He left again?
I don't think he came back.
Really?
Oh,
Okay.
no.
I assume you just did. Okay, never mind.
So Trakar is not here, and you don't know out of the top of your head where he is. So,
Maybe they don't even remember the last session.
Yeah.
what are you guys gonna
But
be doing?
nobody does.
Pardon? I guess the next thing is to talk to Atticus and say, Atticus, uh, you didn't explain a lot about the person you saw when we were in the tomb, in the city underground. Who was that? You just said it was someone that was close to you.
Oh, look at the time. I need to go find. No. No, I'm not doing that.
Don't make me pay you $50 too.
I don't know. That sounds pretty sweet. Well, this is going to require so much explanation.
But look, we
Much-
have
so much
time at this
background.
point. Before everybody shows up again.
Well, do you have any idea how the Char social structure is pretty much
You're
arranged?
the first Char I've ever met.
Yep.
Yeah, thought so. So, way off to the west, there are 3 legions, which work together, and basically every Char is member of the legions, is technically a soldier first and foremost, and way down in that power structure there is a core unit of about 5 to 10 Char usually, which is typically known as a warband. And as
Alright.
children, you are put into a warband together. You grow up, they're your friends, your family. Eventually, you are, I guess, conscripted in service to the legions. And in a mission, where did I leave my notes?
While you check your notes, give me just a minute to close and reopen Discord real quick, just to see if that solves the problem here. Just a quick
Story
minute.
time with Atticus. I'm the
Because
only
as
person
Tack
here.
knows, as a arcanist, an artificer, the easiest way to fix it is to turn it off and on again.
Just is it working? Hello.
I have returned. So
Welcome
carry on.
back, Mr. Stream.
Sorry,
So,
you can carry on now.
in a mission, all 4 other members of my warband died.
Oh,
It's the only one left.
was it like fights that killed them, or did somebody have it out for your warband?
Nothing so personal. It was very impersonal, honestly. It turns out
Okay.
some places have very dangerous traps in them.
Oh, like the tomb we went in, the town.
Yes. We didn't get into the first room. But yes.
The first rooms are often hard. That first room almost killed us.
Actually, I think that was the second room, but yes. The body that whatever made me saw was of, well, she was essentially the group's sniper. She was an excellent shot. Her name was Corva Duststorm. But Corva, not Corvid.
Corva. Sorry.
She isn't Crow.
COVID-19.
Or a thing that gets you demonetized.
Right.
Oh,
It doesn't anymore.
Yay.
All right. So, was she important to you? I mean, other than just being in the warband?
All of them were important to me.
Okay.
They were, in essence,
like-
my whole world.
So they're like your pack.
I grew up with them, yes.
Oh, I can understand that.
Very much as soon as we are able to walk, we're put into a warband. And they're all dead.
How long has this been? How long was this ago? Sorry.
Been a couple of years at this point. But I'll be honest, I can't say I was keeping track of the time.
I can understand that. I mean, you would miss them. I miss being back at the Broken Shield and all the people I knew there.
But at least they're there.
They
conduct
are
it.
there. It's just that I can't go in to talk to them.
I suppose that's a different kind of painful.
That's why when Trakar invited in my friend, it I didn't know what to say. It was very traumatic for me. Because if he had heard, that or knew that it was me, I don't know if he would have to report it or what. It could have caused him a lot of problems. So, is somebody holding you responsible for all the other Chars that died?
Officially, no.
But unofficially?
Rumors get around.
I see. So they say that you're responsible? I mean, it's like me being labeled a child killer. I don't kill kids.
There may be those that believe it.
Well, I think you've been very proud and a good fighter, Atticus.
Well, that is the thing I've been trained most for, so that checks out.
You saved my bacon yesterday.
Do you have anyone else from your char extended family, I don't know how to call it, outside of your warband?
I mean, ostensibly we still have our mothers and fathers or whatever, but that's not how the family structure works.
So you don't have anybody from the before times?
Only whoever we reported to, and they don't know I'm here.
Oh, so you're AWOL from the groups.
Well, a char without a warband is known as a gladium. They have no place in society whatsoever.
Ah, so that's why you wanted to be a citizen.
In a manner of speaking. There are opportunities here.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to be a citizen, because then I could contact people in the Broken Spear, and I don't know, maybe prove to them that I didn't do that. That's why I want to go and find that wolf guy. He might know more.
But
So
yes, unfortunately, Gladia are required to join a new warband as soon as possible.
does it have to
Oh,
be made up of chars, or can it be anybody?
Well, it has to be made up with people from the within the Legion itself.
Mm.
So, unfortunately, for bookkeeping purposes, this doesn't count.
Okay.
Um,
Is that still on the table? Is that your plan? Form a new warband at some point? Or did you give up on that?
I gave up because no one wanted me. That's why I left. All that and the pain of everything else.
well, I'm glad you're here with us.
Maybe the warband is the friends you made along the way, hmm?
I guess you could say that. Anyway,
Sorry.
I think
I
I'm
mean,
done
it's-
with this.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. You guys helped me. You didn't have to help me. It wasn't in your best interest to get Septum mad at you as well. That's why I wanted to know what Trakar said to him. I don't want him coming back and taking things out on Shane and Shala while we're gone.
While you guys are
That's-
having this conversation, the hobgoblin, he goes up to your place, he knocks on the door, but being the landowner here, the whatever it's called, he doesn't even wait for you guys to answer. He just hears conversation coming from the inside and he opens the door. Then he looks at all of you, looks at what you have been doing with the place and everything else, and he says, "There's some people here to see the moon dancers on behalf of the academy.
Oh, okay.
Should I let
Oh,
them
no.
in?"
Yeah.
All right then. Then he turns around and goes back downstairs, and but a short while later, you see a small group of 3 goblins coming up.
In a trench coat?
No, each individually in their own little suit.
More like
I lost all interest. Oh no.
it's
Sorry.
kobolds in a trench coat.
Yeah, kobolds arranged in a trench coat, goblins arranged in some other manner of formation, I don't know. But in any case, all 3 of these goblins, they kinda come into the room, they start looking around, they barely stop to talk to you, they seem very eccentric, they have all kinds of like little uh, tools on their belts and holsters, and they just start like looking around your whole place, taking measures, looking at things, and one of them has a clipboard and he's just making all kinds of notes, and they don't even acknowledge you. They just start looking around the place and taking notes of things.
Can we help you?
Excuse me?
One of the little goblins looks up at you with big glasses, and he's like, I mean, help me with what?
What are you doing?
Oh, taking measures.
Or
Well, what do you mean for? Haring Tioran told us to take measures of this place. It's where the he checks his clipboard a little bit. The moon dancers are settled in.
Yes,
Yes.
but the exact process of what you were doing was not communicated with us beforehand, so we wanted confirmation.
Oh. Oh, that's between you and him. We're just here to do what we were told to do, take measures. And see
Yeah,
if the
no, that's
place
fair.
is up to code. It seems like you have a very high ceiling.
We do. It's good.
We have tall people here.
Hmm. Alright. We're just gonna keep making our analysis, and things are not looking good. There's at least 3 fire hazards here. If this is gonna be converted into a laboratory, it's gonna need some readjustments.
why is this being converted into a laboratory?
Because we may or may not make such an agreement with the university.
Never mind. I'm sorry.
To join under the theorem banner.
Yeah, I remember.
Hmm.
Well,
So- Dak just watches them do their stuff.
So while they're doing all of these, the guy that was talking to you, the goblin with the big glasses, he also looks back at you all and says, You're not right. We have a char, Chusky Travi, a Tabaxi, and a No. Our note says that the Moon Dancers also have a Drakengard.
He's
That
out
is
at the
right.
moment.
Well, what kind of Drakengard is he?
Sassy
Blue.
one.
The best one.
Does
A
he
sassy one.
breathe fire?
No.
All right. Is he an electrical hazard?
Yes.
All right. Can he flood the place with water or ice?
No.
Okay. Can he melt the construction with acid?
No.
Don't think so.
Can he cause a poisonous environment here?
No.
All
Can
right.
be
Not in a
toxic, but
literal
not that
sense.
kind.
Electrical hazard. All right. Gonna have to keep that in mind then. Needs insulation. Rubber is gonna be very hard to find.
We don't have any outlets, it's fine.
But then he takes some notes from you guys on the situation here, and then they just go back to help the other goblins with when they take out they start taking out all kinds of like measuring tools. They take a measuring tape to see the precise length, width, and height of this place. And when you start wondering like how are they gonna get upstairs, they grab some magical stuff from their bags and holsters, and it seems like they just get two sticks that don't seem like anything interesting in particular, but they just hold this stick in the air and then they press a button in the stick and it stays there. Then they put another stick a little bit higher up, press the button, and then unfreeze the first stick to put it a bit higher and freeze it in midair. And they just keep doing that back and forth until they climb with a makeshift stair all the way to the ceiling and then throw down a measuring tape to measure the height of everything. And they keep doing that all over the place. There's not a single thing in this place that does not goes unmeasured.
Tack is amazed by all this. He just keeps watching them with the little sticks. And then he gets close to one of the sticks so he can like poke it to see if it moves.
Fascinating.
Give me an
Can one
arcana.
learn this power?
Give me an arcana check, Tack.
I feel like they could have just asked attack for uppies or
uppies?
something.
Yes, you would have lifted them, yes.
Alright. That's a fairly simple and common magical item. It's known as an immovable rod. You know those, and you know what they do.
Got it.
They seem to be using those in pairs to, or not, double pairs to use them as makeshift stairs.
That's a nice trick.
And
We should get some of those.
and you know that this is a fairly common magical artifact. It would be easy enough to get some of these from a store here in Mercantis.
Just don't leave them in a moving space switched on. That doesn't end well.
Ooh.
But yeah, otherwise the goblins are just taking measurements and they seem to be working under Harim Theoran. And it seems like these goblins are gonna be a little bit of a disturbance here for the ongoing conversation.
Well, that's fine. We've pretty much covered everything. Where do you think Trakar went? I think he went to the university.
That would be my guess, unless he knows other people in town. Well, he
Well,
probably knows other people in town, but
Why
they don't seem to be
go
relevant.
there? We can check out that other guy that's there.
Ooh, gonna talk to people behind his back. He's gonna be so
I
annoyed.
know, because he
Ooh.
doesn't like him.
I guess there's no point in staying.
Mr.
Let's go look for Trakar.
Tiefling. All right, so we're going to go to the university.
All right. So, Dust, I
9
assume
plus
you're
19.
also going on with them, right?
Mm, I was sitting on the roof of the Flaming Cactus again in the morning, waiting for Trakar. But since he is not coming back and I see that the other guys are going out, I'll just join them.
Sure. You climb down from the roof and join the group who starts their trek from the Flaming Cactus onwards to the academy.
Oh, there you are.
I was playing with my lizard.
Speaking of
On
which,
the roof?
Tarask, whereas at first, a few days ago, he seemed to be all wonky and kind of broken from the teleportation shenanigans, he seems to be fine now. He seems back to normal. He's no longer
Nice.
just kind of glitching out and doing backflips kind of randomly.
Yeah, I started playing with him by fake punching him, and he dodges, and he's getting quicker and quicker at that. So now I'm starting to throw punches at him that could literally kill him if he wasn't as nimble as he is. He's doing really well.
Oh yeah,
That's great.
Trask, he does seems to be very much less
Unless
lethargic than he was before.
unless he's not supposed to be like super agile as a lizard, like out of character.
He's as agile as a lizard as lizards can be. He also there are a few punches here and there that do actually hit him, but they don't seem to hurt him as much as your punches could hurt. So it seems like he's both getting agile but also tougher. And you
Oh
Nice.
no. He's leveling faster than we are. He's gonna kill us all.
Ooh.
you think Tarask is very good at both like quickly moving around, but also he's good at taking hits if worse comes to worse. You haven't tried to train him to attack you yet to see how strong he is, but you imagine he's agile enough that he doesn't need that much strength anyways.
Yeah. For now, I've been focusing on making sure that he gets out of the way of danger and also that he responds to recall. And I think recall has already been covered before. So yeah, maybe next step could be to do Tarask kill command.
Sure. Slowly but surely, you train Tarask to do all kinds of stuff. And you're feeling very confident about the training that Tarask is giving. And Tarask seems to be growing ever bigger at this point in time. He barely you can barely just kind of hold him in your shoulders anymore. Now, if you were to like kind of hug him and hold him by under his arms, his front legs or whatever those are called, he his tail almost reaches the ground now. It's almost as tall as you are.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, in a few weeks I can get him a backpack so he can maybe keep our potions or something.
Potentially, yeah.
Can ride him if you turn him into a mount.
Oh yeah, I would love that.
But
But you're faster than him, so.
Well, yeah, that's true. But I'm more like a sprinter, I guess, and he would be good for like maybe longer distance travels.
uh, yeah, you gather that just from being the kind of lizard that he is, he has some natural endurance to the heat and to the elements, more so than you would have. What with your
If he gets big
fragile
enough,
feline body.
if he gets big enough, you just stick a palanquin on him, and then he uses his cold-blooded solar power boost to just speed us across the desert in the sun. It's fine.
Yeah, there you
Oh,
go.
yeah.
I mean, considering that tomorrow is the last day to sign up for the race, you can still kind of try to get it going.
I don't think so. We
Well,
have no propulsion and no travel.
Well, I'm sure we can get some kind of potion to make him giant temporarily.
And drag you all.
Oh no.
We're not
Probate
welcome
him.
at the Coliseum as far as I know. The race starts there, no?
The race starts outside of Mercantis at one end of the walls and kind of goes around the city.
it is, however, the Colosseum that's sponsoring the citizenship.
Yeah.
So that might be slightly awkward.
I mean, technically, he didn't say anything about that. He just said, don't show up at my Coliseum. So.
Let's not push it.
Yeah, the whole gist, as you all know, is that the arena. Hold on, it's actually you don't know this. Give me a history check, everyone who wants to know this.
Boy, I tell y'all some very dubious information.
There you go. All of you are kind of like, huh? Should we be going to the races? What about the races again? But Atticus, thanks to having done a little bit of gladiatorial work before and not having been kicked out of the arena by House Septim, he knows a little bit more than all of you combined on this subject. The house that runs the civics in the city and also the arena, as it happens, is House Drya Hill, which you have not had any contact with thus far. House Septim actually is the Guild of Commerce, so they're the ones who bring in the money and the spectators with, selling a show. The people who manage the arena specifically is House Drya Hill, which you now
Okay.
have in chat. But the people who promote most of the events, the regulars events, are House Septim. Specifically, the one event um for citizenship, the race in this case, that one is run by House Drya Hill. Every other event, however, is run by House Septim. Your daily gladiatorial combat and stuff.
That's interesting.
So there's a little
know.
little nugget of information for you all. As a matter of fact, also because you rolled so high, let me see what information I had on House Drya Hill again. Every house of in Mercantis are a family, so to speak, and as a family of the most noblest of noble people here in town, they kind of get a say in the biggest things there are, and they all run some manner of guild, much like House Tioram. They run the guild of scribes, but also they run the academy, and so and so and so. House Septim, they run the Guild of Commerce, but also the Obsidian Vaults, the banks. House Drya Hill, they run the Guilds of Civics and the Arena, whenever, House Septim is not doing their events. But also, you do know that being a family business of sorts, everyone that is from House Drya Hill is a char. Much in the same way that everyone from House Septim is a Skitravi, and everyone from House Theorem is also a Skitravi.
Yes.
Of
We are
course,
everywhere.
houses they do give and grant citizenship to other people by kind of taking them as wards and such, much like has happened with Rendekar, and they do take the surname to a degree of the family, but they're not part of the family. They're kind of like adopted. But you do know that people from House Dryhill who has the blood of House Dryhill are all Chars. Whether or not that information is relevant, it's up to you. Meanwhile, while all of you make your way from the Flaming Cactus to the Academy of Mercantis, Trakar, you are already there.
I'm already there.
You are already there because, as it happens, you spent the night there.
Bum bum bum.
Oh.
Professor Aris had invited you to have dinner at
Origami
his
lesson.
place after the whole kerfuffle in the arena, and
He didn't even know that it happened. Yet.
but for all intents and purposes, whatever thoughts you had about what was going to happen, what really ended up happening was him talking to you about what a great opportunity it is for Shane and Shala to be studying at the academy and how their studies are going and the things that he's teaching them, the things he wants to teach them, the things he's thinking about teaching them, and where he thinks they're gonna get, and this and that, and pretty much the entire conversation, the whole evening was just about here are my students and here's what I am planning.
Oh no, he's like a dad to them. Oh no.
Until the late hours of the night when he said that he finished preparing like a class and lessons for them, and then he went to sleep, and he asked you if you could once again play him a song to put him at ease and help him sleep.
Don't see a reason to disagree to that. So Trakar would play him a song if he had something in mind. He could play that.
And not only that, but this time around, Professor Aries also said that you were welcome to spend the night if you wanted to.
That's kind of late to ask me if I want to spend the night when you already said I did. So, but sure. I'll sleep on the floor while he sleeps on a bed or something.
Oh, sure, but also it's like it's more of a matter of you've been up there talking to him until 2 or 3 in the morning, so it's like it's too late to kick you out. Spend the night, why don't you? But otherwise, I would say it was a particularly interesting evening of having some time just for the two of you. And in the morning, you are roused up from your sleep by Professor Aries, who wakes up and looks at you, still a little bit groggy from his sleep, a little bit confused as well, but he goes, Trakar, why are you sleeping in the ground?
You don't have a second bed, don't you?
He,
Where I was supposed to sleep.
he thinks for a moment and then he slowly nods, kind of looking down. I suppose you're right. I don't have a second bed. I should fix that, really.
I mean, maybe just get a bigger
Wiggles
one.
eyebrows.
Yeah, I suppose I could look into getting a bigger couch or a second couch or some such. But
My vote is for bigger. But you do you.
Still, it's sorry, I was really tired last night. I didn't think of where you would end up sleeping at. I,
Well,
I'm
honestly, I could just go home, so doesn't matter. Let's move on from that. Good morning, by the way.
uh, top of the morning. Let's um wait. It is 8 already.
Is it?
Oh, uh I I'm truly sorry. I don't mean to kick you out or anything, but I have to prepare for the class of the youngins. Although you're welcome to stay in my office if you don't have any plans for later.
Sounds like you have something in mind. I suppose I could stay.
My office hours are whenever you would like.
Oh my god.
I don't really have anything in mind. I just like your company is all.
Well, as far as I know, we don't have any plans, so sure, why not?
Of course then. Feel free to stay as long as you'd like. Um, I don't really have much in the way of anything really for your comfort, but in my desk there are some dried biscuits and fruits if you'd like something to eat. But to I have to go now for the classes and everything, so I'll see you
Bye
later, I hope.
bye. See you later.
And once again, thank you very much, Trakar. And then he nods very profusely before going uh, out of his office with some books and a robe and other things, and with a very, very quickly wagging tail.
Buppy.
And now that you're alone in his office, Trakar, have you got any plans?
No, not at all. I know Dodge my responsibility of talking to Tak, so I would never have to talk to him ever. I'm joking. But no, I don't have any plans.
Oh, fair enough. In that case, it doesn't take long before the group altogether arrives at the academy, and Shane and Shala are there. They're already hitting the books, as they do. And Professor Ares is there, and he immediately recognizes all four of you whenever you all appear at the academy.
Hi, Professor.
Hello, top of the morning to you all.
You haven't seen Trakar, have you? He didn't come home last night.
Ah, I have. He's at my office.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
You
it,
heard about
it's
what happened at...
it's not what you're thinking.
What am I thinking?
I'm just we were just rehearsing some of the lessons, and I was explaining to him what the 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 education I'm giving to Shane and Shala. That's all that happened.
I'm
You sound
sure.
flustered.
Yeah, it's
Um,
okay.
he's at the office if you're looking for him.
Yeah. Did he tell you what happened at the arena yesterday?
I think he
No.
Maybe he just said he came from elsewhere, but I didn't really inquire.
Oh, we got jumped at the arena by Septum and his group.
You were jumped by Maximus Septim.
Yeah, he sicked his fighters on us.
Huh.
Told us to kill Shane.
Told them to.
Told them to, excuse me.
That's really odd.
It
I
is.
haven't known how Septim to be like that.
He's mad at Dust and me because he did something that caused his crew to win over us. We still haven't figured that out.
He nods
But-
as he's listening to you. I say,
But Trakar stopped it somehow, and I wanted to ask him what he said.
alright, he's at my office.
Yeah, I'll go talk to him. And thanks for going through all the work with the kids. They're doing well. I hope Shane will be more applied now.
Of course, it is my job as a teacher is all.
Yeah, you're doing a good job.
Why, thank you very much. Now, if you have no more matters to discuss, I'll have to return to the lessons I was teaching them.
Oh, yes. Sorry to interrupt.
Nah, you're fine. Don't worry about it. And Professor Haria Arias goes back to teaching the kids his lessons. Still not entirely sure what you were telling him all of that for, but being too polite just to interrupt you.
And so we go to his office to look for Trakar.
Oh, there he is.
Well, I knock at the door and ask, Trakar, are you naked?
Yes, of course. Coming nonetheless.
But it's the university. You shouldn't be like that here.
What's a university? It's an academy. What you talking about? There's no universities in more counties.
Oh. Well, what did you tell Septum?
Are you going to yell to me through the doors at? What?
No,
Okay.
no,
Well, let's
I'm
yell
going
at
to
each other
open-
from other rooms.
No, I'm going to come in. I thought we'd open the door.
Nobody said they would come in.
I opened the door. You're not naked.
Wanted to see me naked so bad, huh?
No. But
Well,
what
you
did
barged
tell
in.
Septum?
Straight.
Well, yeah, because you didn't open the door.
Well, first of all, good morning.
Good morning.
Uh-huh. Manners.
Gnolls aren't known for their manners.
I can see that. Why? What do you want to know? I'm just
What did you
curious.
tell it? What did you tell him that got him to quit attacking us? I mean, he could have sent more people at us.
Well, I just reminded him how he would look if he would actually order to kill a child and that child would be killed.
That was good thinking.
That's pretty much about it. There were no deals struck or anything. If you're
Alright.
afraid of that.
That's what I was afraid of, and that he's going to retaliate against them while we're gone.
Them is who?
The kids.
Oh, he's going to do that either way because they're your words. So your mistake was bringing Shane there in the first place. If you're afraid of that,
Yeah, I know. I shouldn't have. I didn't think he would attack.
well, You're under drugs, so I guess you don't remember the whole story of whatever Zeptin, how it went with Zeptin with you.
True.
Yeah, but yeah, keep Shane away from the arena.
Yeah, I ain't gonna send him back there.
What else did you want to ask? That's all?
No? What about the tiefling?
What about him?
I see you've already got a defensive, so what's the deal with him?
Go and ask him yourself.
Well, that's why I'm here. I'd
Well-
like to hear your side, because I trust you more.
Well, I like to hear his side from you as well. I like to see what he tells you, people. So ask him first, and then we'll talk. And while they're talking, Drakar is trying to find food in
What are you doing?
Professor's. While they're talking, Drakar is trying to find food in Professor's table, yes. Or
Yeah.
whatever it is.
All the while that you're having this conversation, all of you close to the door. Trakar is behind the desk, just kind of rifling through the drawers till he finds like some packaged dried fruit and biscuits and other such things, and he starts like taking them out and putting them on top of the desk.
You're not going to eat the professor's biscuits, are you?
I will. You can't stop me.
Well, you better put something back there or he'll be hungry.
He's the one who offered me food in the first place.
Have either of you had breakfast?
No.
Okay then.
Kind of were busy in the night, staying up all night until like 2 or 3 a.m., you know?
I see.
Right. I guess you can go now. I'll be here. Go and talk to him.
All right. So we're going to go and find him.
So all four of you, Atticus, Basil, Dust, and Tack, are scouring the academy, trying to look for Randakar onto your room.
Yep.
Alright, easy enough, you find him. He's also reading the
that was
books,
easy.
except that, instead of learning basic arithmetic and the basics of like spellcasting for beginners, he's like hitting the dark books. He's looking to some satanic shit, and he's looking at all kinds of like dark rituals and dark gods. He's looking to Dahak and Norgerber and all those deities you do not want to be caught being associated with. He's hitting those kinds of books until he notices you all coming into this section
In the
of the
brightly lit and widely open dark magic and the occult section.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, there's a corner of the library that is like where all the bad books are at, and he's there with a bunch of them on his desk, and he notices you guys coming in, and you can give me a secret insight check if you'd like.
Secret, as in
Blind
private
GM roll,
GM
yeah.
roll?
Blind roll, yeah.
If you want to kind of get a sense of what's going on with him. And lo and behold, as all of you start approaching him, he immediately closes his books that he's looking into. But he doesn't look particularly alarmed. The closing of the book seems more like a reaction to any one person coming in, and he does that instinctively before even seeing who it is. But whenever he sees all of you, he seems a little bit more relaxed. He still doesn't open the books back again, but he seems more relaxed enough, and he kind of nods to you, noticing that you guys are coming directly to him. He doesn't. He just kind of adjusts himself in his seat and before standing up, and reaching out with his hands to give you guys a handshake. Ah, bonjour. It's of you moon danciers.
Yeah,
Of course.
it's nice to see you
Infernal
again.
is secretly French.
It's good to see you again, Rendikar. I'm wondering if maybe you found some more things about the problem that we were telling you about?
He kind of narrows his eyes and looks at you quizzically. I, I'm, I don't know if I should be flattered that you think I could do so much in a single day, but alas, no, I haven't gotten enough time to discover much about the hack and Norgober in what 12 hours has it been?
Yeah,
Oh, it feels like it's been a month.
it does. It almost a different year. We went to talk to one of the people that we think is under one of these curses, and he says that we need to either get rid of the anchors for Dakar,
No Gober.
Norgerber, thank you, uh, in order to break the curse.
Isn't he the one who told you that?
He is.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
So, but he also confirmed it. Not Randikar, but
Jill.
Gil.
Well, that's the thing.
Jill.
You talked to Rendikar after you talked to Jill, so
Yeah,
Jill
so
was
this-
the last person you talked to about this matter.
Got it.
But Jill,
So-
not Jill, Rendikar, he looks at you a little bit more quizzically than before. It's like, well, I imagine you haven't had too much of a chance to have breakfast and wake up properly, but I have not found much information as of yet, but we can discuss the matter if you have more findings you'd like to provide.
Well, it's
that's
done.
such a shame. Yeah, because Trakar was here in the academy for the whole night, and I was kind of hoping that maybe he came here to research that with you together, since you used to work. You used to be colleagues, right?
Oh, sweet summer child.
Oh boy, here it comes.
Oh no.
I was not aware that he was in the academy. I was doing my own research here in my own corner. I didn't see him. Colleagues is a bit far-fetched. When I was a student, we studied together for a little time. But I also had plenty of other colleagues, several of which I spent way more time with than Traka.
Got it. Was there something that came between you two? Because I'm sorry for saying this, but he doesn't seem to like you.
Traka, he doesn't really, he was always odd as a student. I do not wish to speak ill of others, especially not in front of them, but Traka, he is not a citizen, or he doesn't.
True.
He doesn't
He
have.
left.
He doesn't have a family either per se, and normally with students, the academy gives scholarships to young bright young people like myself and others of my colleagues, but Traka didn't really get into the academy by being brilliant or studious. He got in, well, he didn't get in the same way that everyone else did, and
Well, how did he get in?
Would you like to elaborate for us, please?
I. This is all rumors I've heard over the years. And I never really confirmed it with him or anything, but I heard that he was always good at magic, even when he was young, and he actually uh, tried charming the professors at the academy and got one of them charmed enough that he could get the professor to give him a scholarship. He didn't get him through his own merit, but he got in by mind controlling one of the teachers.
That's odd. I've never seen him do anything like that before.
Isn't he particularly close to that other professor over there?
Well, yeah, but I mean, I don't think that's magic.
It's Drakar magic, but it's not regular magic.
Hmm. It might seem like it, but from the rumors that I have heard, he has not been really very honest about how he gets things.
Oh, okay. I mean, he is sassy, that's for sure. He's caused me a lot of stress, but he seems to be good about the things that he's doing, so, you know.
Who am I to say otherwise about your
But,
friend? I would just
yeah,
make sure that none of you have been charmed by him or his magic. If you have any persons who can look for that, I would have them check you. That's all I'm gonna say on the matter.
Oh, we didn't
got
find
it.
anything the last time we were checking people for mind controlling stuff and found things.
True.
It's all because you're mind controlled.
You're not here? In a
So
voice
the
that
person
sounds
that was
only
mind
like
controlled
Drakar.
was Tak, the person with the magic vision.
Yeah, I know. I've done magic visions.
The professor said that they spent the whole night together and they did nothing but just talked.
Yeah,
What
about
if
education.
what if Trakar made him forget what they actually did?
I don't think so.
Yeah, he can be a dick sometimes, but that does not sound like him. But those are quite big rumors, like accusing people of, worming into institutions. Is there any evidence for that, or is it just people being salty?
Well, that's the rumors I heard, and sure enough, he was a colleague here at the academy one day, and then the next day he wasn't around anymore, so I would assume the rumors were true. Otherwise, he would have stayed and completed his education.
There are many reasons to leave. Doesn't have to be a
Yeah.
big thing.
I just figured he got bored and wanted to do something different.
Well,
Oh.
knowing the academy the way I do, I would say that they caught him in his cheating and decided to resolve it internally without arousing any suspicion from anyone. It would,
Hmm.
be bad on the image of the academy to hear that a non-citizen has charmed one of the professors and mind controlled them to give them a scholarship.
True. True.
He said that you like mm, stole some of his research or something like that? Do you have an idea what he may be talking about? I've been wondering about that.
I'm I'm sorry, I stole research from him?
Mm,
Now that's a curious accusation to be making, if anything. When we were colleagues, of course, we had been working together on a project, but he left the academy before I had any chance to. Um, well, he just left one day, and then all the work that he did on the project, it wasn't going to go to waste, so I just took some of it, but he left. What was I to do? To throw away all he had done and
yeah,
discard
totally.
that?
Did
That
you
would be a huge waste. What was the research about?
It was about precisely what you're looking at into now. It was dark gods and other such things. Entities that, ironically enough, curse people and control minds. We were looking into deities that have abyssal powers. But I did not steal anyone's research. We were looking into it together, and then I assume because of the rumors or because the academy decided that he was not supposed to be around anymore, he just vanished one day, and then I took what remained of his work and took it as my own.
and you don't mention him at all in that, right?
He was no longer a student at the academy. There was no point in mentioning him.
Ah, yes, that's how it works. Great.
Especially also
That is pro-
because if I talked to one of the professors who was responsible for that then, and he said that he told me specifically to not include Trakar's name in the academy because he was a blemish in the academy's history.
Oh, which professor was this?
I would like to talk to the professor.
He's not at the academy anymore. He used to be a professor, but now that he's got some years on him, he's traveled. He's not even in the region anymore. He's gone to the north, also here.
Of
Oh,
course.
I see.
Convenient.
I think Basil, yours is about as snarky as Tack.
If you're really, really curious about all of this, you can always ask Rahim, the headmaster.
True.
That's a
True.
good
True.
point.
Well, I thank you for your time, and we'll see if we can find any more information before we head out.
I just have a quick question. Does the name Yasira ring a bell to you?
Not particularly. Should
Okay,
it?
never mind then. Nah. Well, never mind. I was just wondering. That's it for me.
Well, alright then. In any case, I'm afraid it will take a bit more time for me to have any proper uh, results from this research into Dahak and Nogobe. So
Got it?
I appreciate how eager you are to get updates on it, but it will take me some more time than 12 hours.
Oh, yes. We were just stopping by to sort of touch bases.
Ooh.
Well, of course then. I'm glad to be able to help.
And so we head back out to Trakar, who's probably eaten all of the professor's biscuits.
Yeah, I imagine all of you do just leave him and go back to Professor Aris's office to check up with Trakar, right?
We could go to the headmaster first. That's an option. Talk to him
I
about
don't think that would be any difference.
Okay. Just saying.
So, what are you guys doing?
I'm headed to Professor Aris's office.
All right, you guys are there. Trakar is still there, I assume.
Do you have any of those nuts left?
No.
Oh.
The fruit and biscuits, though, is a different story.
I didn't ask to leave you any.
Gotta
okay.
feed these overgrown pet lizard. Okay.
We went to talk to him.
Was that
He's-
educational enough?
He said that you charmed your way in and that you enchanted some professor to get you in, but he wouldn't tell his name, and that he's left and somehow gone to the north and disappeared now.
Really?
Yeah.
That's what he
Yes.
said.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
what he said.
You don't believe
Yes,
it?
and that when they realized what you had done, that clearly they needed to get rid of you.
Ah, yes. That's why
So
they're
they
allowing
kicked you
me to
out.
be in here. Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I
Mhm.
don't understand. It doesn't make any sense.
Well,
God,
that's
he's
fine.
bullshit.
I'll just charm everyone around me then.
Like you did to
Yeah,
I
us.
mean, it
he's-
worked with you.
He started off by saying that he barely knows you, but then he admitted that both of you worked on a project, research together. I feel like he is full of shit.
And
Well-
then he said that he went and published it and didn't put your name on it because that mystery professor told him not to.
Do you ever work in a project group with someone and you try to get in touch with them, but they never say anything and the deadline is about to happen, so you do everything on your own? He was that kind of guy.
I have no idea what
see.
you're talking
And
about.
then instead of, doing anything, he stole my research. And then came up with a beautiful, beautiful lies and rumors starting crossing about me that I charm someone. Pff, please. Like I could when I was a child.
Yeah, I mean, that didn't make any sense at all. And
Well, it apparently did
he-
make sense to people in the academy. They didn't kick me out. I left on my own, but I just didn't
How-
see a reason to stay in if they just don't believe me. Just
How
because.
did you get in anyway? If
Yeah,
it
that's
wasn't
a good
through
question.
charming the people in charge of those decisions.
Well, headmaster doesn't remember because he's old, but he actually took me in from the orphanage.
yeah, I could see that. I mean, it's the same way that Professor Horace is helping.
No,
Shane
it's
and
not
Shaw.
the same. It's not the same.
Oh? You explain.
But why?
Because all we have is a
Want to
terrible
know.
rumor about you, and we are your friends, and we'd love to know what's going on.
No, you're just puppets controlled by mind control. What you're talking about?
We're
Then should we
not.
know not what the puppet master is doing?
Calling yourself a puppet now?
Well, we wouldn't want to contradict your story now, would we?
Exactly. Have to go with narrative.
Well, there's nothing more to tell than I told you already. If you want details, I wouldn't be the one to ask. It would be one of the professors. I was a child, so. Do you think they talk to me about this kind of stuff?
No, I think it's a lot like Professor Aris. As it's somebody who was trying to help out.
Well,
I thought you just got bored and left.
Nah. I just don't want to do. Didn't want to have anything with the academy that betrayed me. And that is going to be those probably the same, because people, well, Rent-A-Karen is not the only one who doesn't like non-citizens people. So we'll most likely be stabbed in the back. Not that that headmaster wants it. He's not a bad person, but and I don't think he cares about the whole concept of citizenship that much because he's a scientist, not a fucking I don't know politician.
How-
But
How did the head of a house take you in without you becoming a citizen by default?
Has been explained when orphans in Mercantis show great potential. Some of the houses might take them in as wards and give them a chance to prove themselves. If they're able to prove themselves by the time they become an adult, then the house takes them in, like officially, but otherwise there's still like a probation period of sorts.
Right.
Ah, yes, a probationary period of 18 years.
Well, not as a child. They take them when they're teenagers, like 15. It's exact the same situation that's happening with Shane and Shala.
Yep.
Except
Has masters now. Oh no.
except that, orphans, they are already citizens of Mercantis. They get all of those benefits until they are an adult, and then they cease to be citizens of Mercantis and they become outsiders. Unless they're taken in by a house. And it happens when they're 15-ish, because they show some potential. Some of the houses takes them in as apprentices, and if they show potential enough to prove themselves, then they officially become a ward for the house. Otherwise, they are discarded and go on as outsiders, as they were. As they would have been anyways. So,
Interesting.
in Trakar's case, it's less so that he didn't manage to fully prove himself, but rather that he left the academy of his own volition. So, in their eyes, he is considered as true, not having wanted to become a citizen, anyways. So he became an outsider by default, by becoming 18 years of age and not being an apprentice with any house.
And people being grumpy about him not being a citizen wouldn't actually make sense at the time then either.
That's
He
what I
was.
say. I mean, I'm behind Trakar. He's been good to me so far.
He's a more
of course,
convincing
I'm
liar
cool
of the two.
to my puppets.
Yes, as I said, he's a more
Now
convincing liar.
dance,
of the two.
dance.
Anyway.
All the strings.
I
well,
cast
now you-
command on Atticus and say dance. I'm joking.
Does
So-
it just for funsies.
Does that all make sense to you
Well,
guys?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Oh no.
Oh no, what?
Atticus made a saving throw.
I didn't even use a spell, but I've not tempted. But no, I will not.
But in short, you get to hear Trakar's side of the story after hearing Rendakar's side of the story of what happened and how they were colleagues once, but then weren't anymore. And you have made some potential discoveries here and there. But other than that, neither of that gives you any leads into what you do next, which is where my question shall become. What do you do next?
I think we should go after the wolf
No,
guy.
wait. How much time do we have before the exam?
The exam that the kids will be taking, it will be on
next
the
month sometime.
on
A
the
lot
f-
of time.
yeah, it will be on the 5th. So you have like 2 weeks.
Yo,
Yeah, 2 whole weeks.
Wolf guy if it is.
It's not. We have unfinished business.
What?
Not in town, I don't think.
nope.
Not in Mercantis, but like we would. Nah. Go to the map.
Well, we've been to a place that had stuff happening, but we didn't start any business.
I'm now confused. What unfinished business do we have? I think we
Oh, we
did
had
everything.
a plan and we don't think we finished with our route. That's what I'm referring at. The map is
Well,
loading
we were going to
nicely.
do the bandits and gang, but then we decided to teleport home instead.
That's, that's what I mean, yeah.
I don't know. I kind of want to go after the plot.
The plot is where you look for it.
Exactly.
The plot are the friends you met along the way.
Mhm.
I think
Let's
we should
see.
hurry because the wolf guy isn't going to stay there forever.
Yeah, who knows when he dies because of his curse? Considering that he's kind of meddling with people's affair, not well, he's commanding them, I suppose, a group. So he is meddling in affairs in a way. Anyways, yes, I think we should go
I'm still
after
down
the wolf guy.
for the bandits if we put it up to a vote.
Well, the bandits, the issue, so far as I remember, that nobody knows where the bandits are.
We could
Yep.
look for them and find them.
I
And
mean,
it's completely in the other direction.
No,
No official knows where the bandits are,
but
we're
we
not
can.
officials. They
but
can find them.
we would be looking for them. Whereas this one, there is a wolf guy and some undead. It also looks like
Yep.
the gang.
I
has
know,
a
Basil. You
large
just
number.
want to flirt with that barter the guy, but let's go into deal with the wolf guy.
What? No. What
That's
part?
so- You want to go
The
back to
creepy
Makal Rahman?
vampire
Yeah.
guy.
He's not a vampire.
Don't you remember Mugavale?
Yeah.
No, actually
That's
not.
the back name.
The vampire tabaxi of Merkal Rama.
Did I miss something?
Maybe.
He's not a vampire. He
Oops.
just
Yes, and
made a very strange emphasis on the word neck because
Ah.
Doug is not a English first language speaker.
yeah,
Got it.
I Doug bad at flirting. Try to flirt as Tabaxi. Oh no, now people think I'm a vampire.
Your
See,
when you fail
How
How
your
did that end up? What?
when you fail
Yeah,
your
I-
diplomacy check to flirt so bad, you get confused for a vampire.
Actually, if I'm being honest, the only person who thought he was a vampire was Meta. Meta made a case of he's a vampire. So
Is
I
a
mean-
vampire.
I was confused by the strange mention of necks, but I just didn't pursue it.
well, you didn't jump immediately to it's vampire, can be anything else, but nonetheless.
I can sense unholy things. I'll sacrifice myself and find out by going on a date with him.
Before you guys get on to what's next, you still have to give Harim an answer on whether or not you wanna quote unquote work for the academy.
All right, and we're
Oh, that's
here in
true.
the academy. What
We are. So what about it? You know, it would be good
I will
for
let
Shane
you
and Shala.
decide. They inshallah have nothing to do with us. They have their own path towards it. So they're not working for us. Hence, if we get citizenship through this, they will not get the citizenship.
True.
Fair
So
enough.
it doesn't matter for Shane and Charlotte. It matters if we want that or not.
Well,
And I'll let you
know-
decide.
I know you don't want it because of the guy.
Not because of the whole academy. No.
Yeah.
That
I
said,
say no.
they would be paying for our rent.
True. But
Not
we can
like
pay
we
for
have
rent
money
too.
to pay for rent ourselves.
Right,
Yeah,
we're
but it means
so
we don't have to
poor.
keep track of that shit.
Well, fortunately,
Oh yes,
I
let's
paid
do
for
that
next
just to
month.
stop taking the track. Yes, yes.
People have done worse things just to pay rent, just saying.
You would know, wouldn't you?
And in general, but okay, go off.
Pop off queen.
So if we put it
I-
to a vote on whether or not you're taking the agreement with House Harim or House Dioram, what is the vote? Atticus. Yay or nay?
Tentatively, yes.
Alright. What about you, Basil?
If Trakai is not against it overtly, then I'll say yes.
Ultracar is against it, so
I mean, in a I'm gonna do it, but bitch the whole time kind of way. But yeah,
Dust, what is your vote on the matter?
Definitely not.
Tak, what is your vote on the matter?
He's no
Tac-
nerd.
Tax says no because we're doing good on our own.
And Trakar, what is your vote?
Why is it a breaking point now?
I mean, yeah, technically, you either make it a 4 versus 1 or a 3 versus 2 in opposition. Congratulations.
you got to decide.
Well, the characters. The player says it would be the easiest way, but the character says no. So I'll go with what character says, and I'll say no.
Okay.
All right.
Fair enough.
So, as a group, then you guys decide to not take Harim Theorem's offer to supply you with more research shenanigans to become their House Theorem's relic hunters. Instead, you decide to work on your own and achieve your own merit. You have turned down 2 houses of Mercantis. There's still 8 or so, you have other chances.
I'll turn them all down.
Okay,
wait.
let's go.
We're going to
sign
make
up
our
for the
own
mission.
house. Let's go.
Yes.
I guess. Whatever that meme is.
So it doesn't take long before you make your decision known to Harim Theoram, and then you go back to the flaming cactus and shoo away all the goblins doing measurements.
Could
probably done by now
could
anyway.
I, before we leave the academy, could I bring Trakar to the side and just have 2 words?
Sure.
Kiss me.
Okay, let's go.
Hey, Trakar. So Rendekar told us a little bit about the research that you've been doing, and personally, I would feel much better if you were the one, like if you were up for it and if you had the time, if you were the one to maybe take a little bit closer look at my village's problems, maybe, and the whole curse and the evil gods. And I would be willing to steal as many books here from the library during the night as you would need for
The
that.
library is open for everyone.
Well, you don't need
You can-
you don't need forbidden books, forbidden cursed books or anything like that.
I'm capable of sneaking on my own to that kind of section of library. Believe me.
I'm capable of charming my own way into the
Well,
library's secret areas.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you think that you would be able to figure some better option for our issues than the guy did?
Well, it saddens me to say that, but he has better chances. Because if you want me to deal with that, it means I'll have to stay in here and leave you guys behind. And stick to the books.
Okay. Well, okay, then it's okay. Let's do what we can then. Oh, also, you really didn't do anything with the professor?
Who knows? What do you think?
I think you did. Are you
What
going
did
to
I
move in
do?
with him?
No.
Well, I think you guessed
Can you
him.
No.
Well, should I still cook enough portions of food to include you at the cactus?
Yes. What do you think? I don't think I'll be allowed to stay in his place. That's not how it works.
Are you trying to stay in this place overnight?
If I want to, I will.
Oh, no.
Green card scam. Green card scam.
Go.
Well,
Marry or
I will have a lot of questions about his race's anatomy and stuff, but it's probably not the best time for that. We should go back to our buddies then, for now.
Also, Kobold, it's not a scam if it's true love.
Wow.
Green card scam.
Well, you see, he just needs to get in, then he needs to marry the rest of us.
Oh.
Already have a bank account and 2 adopted children. I mean, not that far off.
But that aside, I
He's married
assume
already.
that as always you guys are going to be traveling during the night when it's fresher and the area is wetter or whatever. So you have pretty much the rest of the day. It's barely noon, and you can buy things and prepare or whatever, or you can just take a nap and skip to the traveling part of the adventure.
Could go to
or
the sword solvers and get potions.
Yes, thinking
Or-
we have some stuff to burn off.
if you're feeling extra fancy, you can also just skip a few days of travel by using the elf gate to go to Macau's lore and then start the trek from there.
My spell slots.
We
Yeah,
can
so-
stay the night and get them back.
That is true.
The day, excuse me.
Guess.
Since I was outside when the goblins were measuring stuff, I probably didn't see the immovable rod in action, right?
No, if you were outside, you didn't.
Is it still there?
No.
Oh, but I'd be sure to tell you about that because it was like the greatest thing ever. They used them like ladders, when they were climbing up.
Okay, I will run off to the market to get one ASAP.
You need
Sure.
to.
You need 2 at least.
Cousin, bring me one too. I'm small. I need it.
Well, you see, what we do is we take Basil, we then throw him as far as we can, and then
And
while
I
he's
let go of the
midair,
rod.
then he clicks the rod while he's hanging onto it, and then he's stuck up there for.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yes. That
I'm
goes
not
in
sure.
quick.
Not sure where it goes from there, though.
So you're trying to buy immovable rods then?
Yes.
All right. Let me just
I
double
went to
check.
buy movable rods, but for some reason they wouldn't let me leave the store with them.
Ba-dum-bum.
Yeah, I haven't personally seen it in action, so I could be easily scammed if someone
Oh
wanted.
no!
I'll
Do I
come
need
with
to go
you.
with you? I'll go.
Unless there is a talented mime nearby, I think you'll be fine.
I see the brain. No. I see Ross running off very excitedly. I just go. I'll go with him, and I ran after him.
Does to me.
Prevent the worst.
It's dust. It's not wrong.
God damn it! Took me.
No,
Yes.
no, a dog comes running through. Not sure where he came from.
I just need you, Kobold, to confirm me something because my sources are corrupted. Is the immovable rod a major or a minor item? It's a minor, isn't it?
I want to say it's minor.
Oh
Trying
yeah,
to
sure, it's
remember.
minor. I mean, I'm just gonna rule it's minor to keep things moving.
Yeah.
If the immovable rod is a minor item, each one will cost 200 golden pieces.
You
Okay, I'll
go.
see how much I have in my own pockets. I have 45 gold pieces in my pockets, but I have a treasure. How much you said?
200.
200.
I
Okay,
would
so
like-
I'm going to throw 4
No.
gems.
And I
Mm,
just
what?
grab your hand. Like, wait. Let me try to haggle the price down a bit. Wanna try?
So,
Okay.
Basil, are you going to any random magic shenanigans seller, or are you going back specifically to Harumizine?
What?
Harumizine, the Skitravi with whom you sold the staff of the Python.
Ah. Yes, we could try that first before we go to the magic cellar.
All right.
Magic seller, sell me your strongest magic.
You're not ready for the strongest magic.
So,
Sell me your second strongest magic.
God.
Basil, you go after Harumizine, and much like he said, it's not hard to find him. Now that you know about him and where he lurks around, you find him quickly and easily enough, and then you try to broker down some negotiations to try and haggle the price. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, basically.
And Harumizing, he looks at you like, well, I would ask why you're wanting so many movable rods, but I mean, I suppose I shouldn't pry.
It's for bad. I mean, what?
You're not
Well-
here.
Am I? I never said I didn't go.
You didn't say you go either.
Well, how many of those will you be needing?
How many would we need to build a ladder? Like, if we do the throwing thing, like 5, I guess, at least.
Ideally you just need like 2. One for each hand and one for like a foothold, but 4 is like more ideal for better foothold.
Yeah, let's go with 4. Yeah, that's easy.
Alright. Harumizing thinks for a moment. 4 of these, that's gonna be quite a lot, but I can procure them.
There goes all of our money.
I'm sure we can come to an agreement.
An agreement, you say? What do you have in mind?
I was gonna ask you.
Well, I assume you're procuring these kinds of things to go back into ruins or other places and find interesting stuff in the future.
Perhaps. Yes.
Well, let's have an agreement then. Whatever you find next, I get dibs on it. You don't go to anyone else, you come straight to me, and I'll give you a price I think is fair.
I can give him that gem I found. And say
Yeah,
that's
sometimes-
something we found. But the gem
Oh.
is still... Professor did still gave it back to me.
Sorry, are you here or not? Seriously.
He's
It's fine if you're here, just want to know if I went alone or if you're with me, Trakar.
For all intents and purposes, since you guys are moving through the marketplace, you guys are all together.
Okay. Then
Yeah,
I
we
look at the
found-
gang and see if they're in for that trade.
You can do that. That's fine.
Yeah, sometimes we find items that none of us knows how to use.
That's fair. Okay. Good. So, how much is that reasonable price of yours?
it depends on the item.
Well, let's
Oh, I mean-
see. About those immovable rods.
We want the rods now. We're not waiting until we get the item for you, right? Did I understand this correctly?
Yeah. Basil, give me a persuasion check. Why don't you?
Ooh.
I'll call this a DC 20 because why not?
Guidance.
What's your friend wiggling his hands and humming to himself there for?
Yeah, this is one of those
Guidance.
things that guidance doesn't helps that much because you're doing.
Yeah, I know.
I'm glowing.
No, it's more so because you're haggling over like a long period of time. You can't just kind of
Yeah, it's more than a minute.
you can't keep
Can I
spamming
make-
guidance.
Can I make a kitty eyes for advantage?
Already won, but okay, sure.
Isn't
That's
he a
my cousin. Look
Skitravi?
at him. Look who you're trying to rip off. Look at his big kitty eyes.
Isn't the person you're bargaining with the rat folk?
It
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, he is.
I'm not sure how effective that might be, but
It might
sure,
be
go
negative
ahead.
effective, actually.
But yeah, Basil, you get a good deal with him, I would say. Instead of paying 800, he's gonna do a Skitravi special: buy 4 get 1 free. So, or buy 3 get 1 free. So you get 4 for the price of 3. You pay 600 gold pieces.
Very nice. Yes, I'll gladly do that. I'll just hold on.
And he'll hand you 4 immovable rods. They are currently movable. Hence why he can hand them to you so easily and quickly.
All right, I'll remove it from the party sheet.
The money, you mean?
Yes.
Alright, let me drag in the immovable rod item that so you can I can add
Oh,
it to
I
you.
remove Trakar from the party sheet.
Hey, I'm not at the party anymore. Woo.
You have been exchanged for goods and
It's
services. I'm
free.
sorry.
Don't do that. We
Yeah.
need him.
Hello. Oh, no.
Can I have 2? 2 rods?
2 Trakars? Oh my god.
Yeah, 1 tracker is enough.
I'm going to take 2 rods. I don't know who else is going to take the other 2.
Yeah, can I?
Dust.
Sure, I'll
I
give.
just leave them in the party bag.
Yeah, for now I'm gonna hand Choo Choo Basil and Choo Choo Dust, and then you guys can sort it out later. So there you go, Basil. You have 2 removable rods in your character sheet. You should have 2 removable rods in the character
Yep,
sheet.
yep.
Same with you, Dust.
Yay, thank you. How do you make those? Are they made locally?
This
Are these locally
Kitravi,
sourced removable rods?
this Kitravi looks up at you and says, "I don't know how these are made. I just haggled them and sold things, bought things, eventually ended up with these, and I ended up without the thing I had before. You know, it's the trading lifestyle. You don't always know where things come from. But
That's really cool.
You don't want to know where things come from most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, if I found whoever made those, maybe he could make me like shoes so I could run through the air. That would be so
I
cool.
I feel
My
like
God.
you would get stuck dangling.
Yeah, kinda.
as for
Concentration
you,
required for that.
my Skitravi brethren, here's what this deal
Good job, best
entails.
friend.
Like I said, next time you are
Your
in Mercantis,
firstborn son.
your first stolen or retrieved item, I want to have a look at it first. If I hear at any moment that you came back to Mercantis and sold something to someone else before coming to me first, let's just say things are gonna start getting a little bit odd for you.
I would never do that. And I just stretch out my ratty hand for a handshake.
We have a delicious agreement then. And he
Mhm.
shakes your hand heartily.
Nice.
By the way, I don't accept returns. Those immovable rods should be working, but if you don't like them, then I suggest you sell them off to someone else. I want nothing to do with them anymore.
Sure.
I would like to test mine before leaving.
Are you a devil? I have a feeling you're a devil.
I am no such thing, no.
It's just red.
Dust, it's a rod, and you see that there's like a button on the side, and when you press this button, the rod just kind of gets stuck in midair in whatever place and position it was before. It's, for all intents and purposes, immovable. And you think that if you were to exert a lot of force, it would be able to be moved, or a lot of weight. But for all intents and purposes, it's immovable. While, its magic is in effect. It's a magical item, it can always be dispelled. But it's there, stuck in midair, and then you can get your other immovable rod and also just kind of hover it wherever and froze it in place by clicking the button, and just like that, you have a pull-up bar in the middle of the air, wherever you want.
That's the best thing I've ever seen. I don't need another magic item for the rest of the journey. Thank you so much.
I'll hold you on that.
Of course.
Assume just he does pull-ups in the middle of the market.
Sure. It's, the perfect pull-up bar. It's easy to conceal, and it holds your weight easily enough.
Oh, thank you. I'll be back.
And Basil, yours work much the same way. You can just kind of toggle and hold them in place, and they work effectively as bars that are just suspended in midair. And you can,
I don't check it on purpose. I just put it in
Come
my
on,
bag.
Basil, spit some bars for us.
That's your job.
and much like the goblins at the place, you can use these to make a makeshift staircase, or ladders if you need any for any reason.
I just don't test them. A, because Dust is doing it anyhow, and B, just to show I trust the trader. That's mostly it. It's like
Sure.
a red fork thing.
Yeah, you just pocket it, and it takes you a little time to get Dust off of his pull-up bars, and go back to following the rest of the group as you go to the Sword Swallower's place to buy potions.
They have credit
Yep.
there, don't spend money.
That's correct. I took 200 credits off of the credit list.
But
Mhm.
you were buying 4 potions, which
Potions.
were 25 each.
Oh, they were 50 each, I thought.
Yeah, they're 50.
Yeah.
Oh,
50
is that
each.
resale?
That's 200.
I was looking at
Yeah.
the thing.
You said Sword Swallowers, is that our name now?
No,
Not
that's not our
ours.
name.
What, are you a
Other
sword
guy.
swallower, Dust? Eyebrow waggle.
Yeah, okay, sorry. I got a brain fart. Yeah, I remember now.
Says common consumable 25, or is that resale? No?
Or are you checking that?
Prices, magic item prices. On the homebrew rules sheet.
That's for items that don't have a price attached to them.
Oh, right. I forgot that healing potions have a price.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, they're just for free.
Okay, never mind.
Government doesn't want you to know. You can just take them home.
I mean, I don't think there's any other like common magical item that is a consumable, but if
There are a few. They're all potions.
or
And
bombs.
scrolls.
But yeah, if there's anything that doesn't have a price, then it's 50 for the potions.
Alchemist's fire and acid is not a magical item, actually.
In any case, Tack, you get your 4 potions of healing. Atticus, you buy 2 greater healing for 200. Is that?
Yep.
Is that their
each of them are
price?
100. Yep. They don't have a base price. It's only basic healing potions that have a price.
That's right. Okay, yeah, then they are the price as per the table. There you go.
Yep, that's why I got confused, because I was going by the table.
And if
I'm getting 1 potion of greater healing for 150. That's in the
greater
compendium.
greater healing is 100.
Oh, okay, then the price wrong, I guess.
We were just talking about that.
Oh no, yeah. Why is it
Uh,
wrong? Okay, never mind. I'll take 1 for 100 then.
It might have changed between 1D and D, I don't know.
Fair enough.
Well, in any case, you guys show up with a shopping list, and Vanek and Gavros, they are doing their best to get an assortment of things for you guys. And all the while that you're there,
Hey, Basil, you should ask if they're on the list of items you can purchase.
Huh?
Huh?
What do you mean?
Dang,
Nothing. I'm
Dang,
just
alive.
joking.
and in the meanwhile, you can see that it's been a while since you last been here with them, but they have indeed got someone to taxidermy the giant frog and put it on the wall.
It looks good. I like how you got its mouth so it'll open periodically.
Gavros sighs, but Vanek is like, yeah, don't you think so? It's really cool, but also he got some
It
mechanized
is.
things, and if you press on his legs, he also kind of sprays the shop. On the right leg, it will spray the shop with a smell of lavender, and on the other hand, it's like for emergency, so don't do that. If
Oh, that's good.
if we need to, get everyone out real quick for us to do any kind of weird stuff, it'll get some noxious vapors going on. But so don't press that leg, but you can press the other. I mean, don't press it right now because we're kind of running low on lavender, but we're about to get some more. It shouldn't be too much. But then Gavro's
Got it.
like, as for the potions, as we were saying, and he keeps putting the items on the desk for you guys to settle things out. And for all intents and purposes, I believe you can just move on. But if you have any other things you guys want to buy, just put it in chat.
Nope, that was
Nope.
it.
Did you get your potion of greater healing, Basil?
Yes. I could drag it into my sheet from the compendium.
Oh, amazing. So you have 700 on store credit.
Yep.
Oh, never mind. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm not using my real money then. Store credit it is. I forgot about
Yep.
that.
That's what we got it for.
Trakar, are you getting anything from the Sword Swallower's store?
No.
Well, if we're
I'm a
using
healing
stock,
machine. I can heal myself.
True.
if we're using stock credit, then I actually get 2 instead. So let's remove another 100 from that.
Sure, you get yourself another potion then. Dust, are you getting anything from the shop?
No, I make a seat out of immovable rods and just sit and look at my friends.
Dear God,
Running
he
out
has
the
a new
story.
toy, and it's his whole personality now. I love it.
Yes.
Well, I mean, now any of us can climb across flooded rooms. We don't even
Yeah?
need walls.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not tack. Well,
Yeah, I
not
don't
through
think I
doorways,
would.
at least.
Oh yeah, Tak, we
They
have
look a
to
little
test.
small.
We have to test if you are able to hang off one of those, or is the magic not strong enough?
I don't know. I don't want to drop.
Well, it only has
Might
to
land
be
on my
slightly
hat.
off the floor.
Yeah.
Tack. As part of having passed your Arcana knowledge check and figure out what these are, you do know that they would hold your weight. They would hold about 8,000 pounds according to the DMG.
Oh yeah, they
Ooh.
will definitely hold me.
How heavy are you?
Well, I weigh 490 pounds.
Okay, so we could enlarge you and
It's
get away
all
with...
water weight.
It's
No.
all water weight, yes.
And Fluff, you're quite fluffy.
So, do we want to go to the McCall during the day? That way we can rest up and then start traveling fresh?
It sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the teleportation stones.
All right.
See you guys.
Are you guys leaving any instructions for Shane, Shala, and or Nerol before going?
Yes. Make sure for Nerol, make sure that everybody's covered with food and everything. Shane, don't go to the bar and go drinking. And Shala, good job, hon.
You're doing great, honey.
All right. Shane and Shala, they take their lunch break and they're like, Shala's like, okay, please be careful wherever you're going to next. And meanwhile, Shane is just like, uh-huh. And Nerol is like, all right, I'll try and manage the assets. That is what I'm here to do, after all.
That's it.
And then, with nothing else to add, you guys hop onto the teleportation stone and stones circle. And I imagine you all spend spell slots, one per person,
Yup.
to protect yourselves from the effects of.
+1 for us, yes. Dust, god damn it.
Correct. Plus
Oh.
one for Tarask.
Yeah, Tarask and Dust. Oh, fair enough.
All right, so I've got me, Tarask, and Dust.
Me, myself, and I.
I'll get
So who else
me,
needs one?
Atticus, and Basil then. Here we go,
So-
all accounted.
Okay, so
Thank
everybody's
you.
accounted.
All right.
Throw a kiss towards him. Ironically.
So
No homo.
both Tack and Trakar spends 3 spell slots each, and swoop, you go through the elf gate, and once again you see the world doing the whole crazy spinny thingy-majig, but this time you're encased in a magical protective bubble, and you don't suffer the effects of being slung across the desert using this ancient elvish magic. And boom. In a matter of seconds, you're at Malkalzalor.
Why do I always feel like doing the hokey cokey when I'm done with that?
Have you ever tried that before
Unsettling.
even?
Certainly.
No.
Also, before we move on from that, I really thought for a moment that you guys would be like, oh no, those goblins climbing around with those immovable rods, that's not OSHA compliant. Meanwhile, the guys are like, yeah, I want one as well.
Yes.
Because it's good.
not at all safe, but yeah, sure.
I mean, what's the difference between this and a ladder, right?
Well, yeah, but you know, slipping off of those immovable rods is, if it happens,
Death.
Yeah, I think there's
I
a
literally-
massive nuisance of falling off of them and having one of them stuck up in the air.
Oh yeah.
Or falling
And I-
onto one of them and have it stuck into you.
Well, that's less likely.
yes, Dust.
Yeah, well, one of my class features is landing on 4 feet safely. So that seems like a good item for me.
Oh yeah, for
Up
Up
you
to a
it
certain
is.
distance, but yes.
For you it is. For everyone else, like. So, you are once again back in Macau's lore. You have been here before a couple times, and
That is how teleportation works.
for a lot of you, it's been over a week that you've been here. For Atticus, it's been but a couple days.
Yep.
Are you staying around the day and traveling at the night, or what are you doing?
Yup.
Yep. We're
So we're
gonna
long
put
rest
the-
during the rest of the day and then set out at 8 p.m. at night.
So, just for spell preparation next morning, where exactly are we heading? To the.
We're heading to Mabry.
to undead and
Mabre.
Wolfman.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
But
what
we're
do we
gonna be on
expect
the
there?
road.
Undead? Okay. Okay.
And the wolf guy, and plus we've
And the
got
living.
two hexes to go through. So
Access.
Well,
I
you
do.
have heard there's a bounty to deal with undead, but you don't know the specifics. You have to talk to someone there to figure that out.
At Zalor, yes.
Right.
Do you want to talk to somebody? I'm going to rest because I had to get my spells used. So I'll see you all in the night.
All right. So all of you,
Guess we're racing.
all of you go to the Cute Camel Inn. You have been here before, and all of you rent a room for the evening, or for the day rather, and you're paying a gold piece each. Who are taking a long rest?
I am.
Expensive as fuck, but I guess I'll take it out of my own purse.
That's what
Well,
you have
I
personal
do
funds
too.
for.
Okay, I'm gonna
Oh.
pay from mine as well.
One gold piece has been removed.
All right.
La 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 la.
So you all pay for your rooms, and then at 8 p.m. when the sun is about to start going down, that's whereabouts when you guys wake up. You have all long rested again, and you're ready, or as ready as can be, to take on the journey through the desert towards Macau Mabry.
Yep.
If
I'm
that's
Mhm.
ready.
if that's what we're doing. All right.
Let's go walking.
Put my spells in.
So, Trakar, I need you to long rest or at least recover your spells. Keep that in mind. And you depart. You grab your things, get everything you need, and then you start your journey. You set off northeast towards Macau Mabry to figure out what's going on with those undead and the wolf guy, who you heard so much about.
Mhm.
You travel
Mr. Wolfman.
during the day, and as you walk around and
Oh,
about
during the night.
during the night,
Yes.
and there's an encounter. Who would you look at that?
Oh,
I
no.
see a 20.
All right. I'm ready.
We're expending resources.
Well, I'm not ready. I'm never ready for these things. Sure. As you're going on,
What do
over
you
here,
mean you sneak up to people and dive bomb them from the immovable rods?
as you're going on northeast-ish ward, um, you pass through a field of cacti that is besides the road. You're not entirely sure why it's there, but the whole road leaving Macalzalor is just filled with cactuses, and it's kind of a nice little treat. You imagine that if you had camels, they would be loving it, but you don't.
Yeah. They'd eat those cactuses.
But you
That sounds painful.
No, they like that.
But as you're going on, you see in the distance, halfway through your journey, there does seems to be an altar along the road, and there does seems to be a person, a robed figure who's besides this altar, and they're lighting candles.
This is always a bad sign.
Should we strike first and ask questions later?
Let's
Well,
not
maybe-
murder random people just because
No.
they're
Yeah.
doing clerical duties.
That's true. I guess we'll talk to them and say, hey, what are you doing?
Just leave them be as well.
You're approaching the person.
Yeah, what are you doing?
The robed person just kind of raises a hand and then takes their hand to their face, putting up just a finger in front of their mouth, and you can tell now they're a hobgoblin, but they're still like robed, and they seem to be inviting you to be silent and just take it in. Those of you who want, you can make a religion check to figure out what the hell's going on here.
Yeah. Jack has no idea.
I saw that 20.
Okay.
Oh no.
I made mine as private, but it's okay. I
There you
switched back to public.
So, Trakar and Tak, you guys are not particularly paying attention to the altar them itself. You're paying attention to this person, why they're wearing robes and stuff. But the rest of you, you look at the altar, and it doesn't take too long before you realize it's an altar to Apsu, the dragon god of safety and travel and other such things. It's pretty much like an antithesis to the hack, whereas the hack wants to destroy everything and just cause misery and woe. Apsu is the opposite. Apsu is like, yay, people, I'm going to keep them safe because people are cool and I like people.
Here, have some fresh water.
So Tack will ask around to the party kind of in whispers, does anybody know what this is about?
Well, there's a silver dragon, which is one of the two dragon gods. The other one, I think, is red and is worshipped by snake people, apparently.
Yeah, I remember that one. So this is the good one?
Yes.
Oh.
All right, so Tack will be quiet for the rest of it and wait for whatever's going to happen.
All right. The robed figure just keeps praying there, and as you guys stand there, you notice that the sun is starting to rise. So this might as well be a good place to take a rest. You set up camp, and for all intents and purposes, you rest here during the day, taking shelter from the sun under your tents and camp. And thanks to the protection of the dragon god, there's no events. Weird events that would happen.
Oh,
Ooh, nice.
So, for all intents and purposes, it's just a chill day until the next evening. Unless you guys want to do something.
I will give the robe figure a gold piece.
Sure. You give the hobgoblin a gold piece. The hobgoblin takes it and just lifts it up in doing a kind of a nod and a bow of appreciation to you. Then they pocket it, and once they see that you're setting up camp and staying there, they go on traveling during the day even.
Dear God.
It's hot. I wouldn't do that.
It would seem like this priest of the dragon god has some stronger protection going on that keeps them safe and hydrated during the day.
That's
Yes,
good.
the eldritch
I'll-
invocation of climate control.
I'll
I'm
go and
tempted
pray
to
by
use that.
the little altar. Just
Sure.
in
Dust. You do a little bit of a praying by the little altar, and you see that it's less of a statue of a figure or anything, but more so just like rocks that are arranged in a formation. And as a matter of fact, these rocks are arranged near natural archways made of stone that just happen around this region. And it seems like as you're praying to the dragon god, kind of hoping that it protects you all during your journey and travels, you notice that Tarask's tail glows a little bit brighter.
Oh my god,
oh,
he's a
that's
dragon.
amazing.
No, he's in heat. What?
Yeah, yeah. That's a funny thing is that I only know prayers to the evil gods, so I kind of try to improvise with my prayers to avoid any mentions of any of the evil things. So I'm very happy that the dragon hears my honest improvisation words, and even happier that the task seems to feel better. I hope that protects him from fire from heat.
Yeah. Actually, you don't even know prayers to the evil dragon god because the evil deity worshipped by your village is Norgrbur,
Mm-hmm.
which is not even a dragon. I don't know what Norgrbur is, but it's not a dragon. In any case, you have been raised in an environment where prayers were always to evil deities, so it's kind of like, what do I pray for?
May
But
you help me in my not killing and robbing people. Yes.
but
Mm-hmm.
you utter this prayer, and it's less
Yeah,
so
the world.
it's less so about the words, but more so about the vibes. And the vibes, I assume, with Dust is a vibe of, I hope things work out, and I'm sorry for all the people I've killed accidentally over the past
Yeah,
few
basically
weeks.
that. I guess I may also use some of my evil god prayers, but replace the words of blood sacrifice and end of all days with hope, happiness, and yeah. So may the world get flooded with happiness under your reign, and words like that.
The all the generic good things you've been hearing about during your time in civilization, like, and hopefully you will end world hunger.
Basically that.
Yes.
And you feel a weight being lifted off of your chest. You feel a little bit better. Tarask seems elated, or you're not entirely sure if it is Tarask himself who's feeling better, or if it's some blessing of the dragon god that is being imparted upon him. But in any case, you guys get a general sense that we're safe here and we're doing the right thing. So long as the right thing is good things, we're doing the right thing.
Yeah, we're doing good things.
Meanwhile, Basil, you're thinking about paladin shenanigans.
It happens.
So, what? Tell me more about Feinstein.
So you basically summon a mount. You can choose a different one between warhorse, pony, camel, whatever, elk, or whatever is appropriate. I assume a camel, and it's an kind of intelligence 6 companion, so you can do basic stuff and talk in one language. Kind of a fun thing. And if I summon it, it doesn't go away, even if I unprepare the spell the next day or something. So until it dies, basically.
It's like Find Familiar, except
Big mount.
a horse, and you can't hide it in a pocket dimension.
All right, so you're using Find Steed to find a steed, right?
Next morning, yes. I didn't prepare it for today, so.
Okay, yeah. Fair enough. The morning does come by, or the evening comes by.
Okay, all right. Let me just. If we're going for a long rest, I'll switch around.
We're not doing long rests out here.
Well,
Damn.
you're not doing long rests, but you can switch spells.
Right.
All right. Yes, sorry. That's what I meant. So I'm done. So the obvious thing would be a camel for this situation, but I want a big hyena.
Big hyena.
Uh-huh.
But camel.
Almost that, but hyena?
All
Hyena
right.
with a hunchback.
Let me find the stat block for a giant hyena, I
It's
guess.
a very floofy mane.
Uh-huh.
Oh, they have it. Would you look
Yep.
at that?
You look at that.
Thank freaking God.
I'm gonna call him Rip too.
Rip 3.
I see.
No.
I'm horribly sorry to disappoint you, but whoever did the token, the art for the giant hyena is on crack.
I'll fix it. Don't worry. Find a picture.
So yeah, the evening comes by and you use Find Steed to summon a giant hyena, or according to the stat block, this.
Oh, what?
That's not a hyena.
That's the preloaded image that came with it, so I don't know what's going on.
I think I failed my summon check. What the fuck is this?
Well, it doesn't look
I
like
don't
that.
know.
It
It's
looks
about to eat my baby.
it looks better, but you summon a giant hyena as
Alright.
your steed. A big ass creature you can mount. It didn't even have to be, a giant hyena. It could be a regular hyena because you're sized small. You can mount and ride a medium creature, but sure.
So it's just for me a small creature, rideable, so none of my teammates could ride it, basically.
Yeah, if it is medium sized, only you can ride it. If it's large size, like a giant hyena, then anyone can ride it. Except
The
that.
thing doesn't say in the thing, I think, which size it is.
A giant hyena is large. A hyena is medium, I believe.
So large would be fine enough for everybody, right?
It would be fine enough for one person, maybe two.
Yeah, not in all at once, just in everybody.
Yes,
except
a
Tack
medium
could ride
creature
it.
except Tack, who
Oh, that's
is
perfect. I love that. Let's do that.
who needs a huge mount.
Yeah.
Yep.
In any case, you summon the giant hyena, anyone can ride it except Tack. But yeah, you have a steed, who
Ricky
apparently...
Hyena, a hyena that anyone can ride.
Not Tack.
It can understand one language of your choice that you speak, so
Common?
French,
sure.
or as they call it in this world, infernal, apparently.
So it can understand anything you say, and it's like totally 100% like intelligent and can understand what you're saying, though it cannot speak back to you. But
Don't talk back to me, young man.
it can't. But yeah, You have a giant hyena.
Yay! Whenever you have time, I love to have him in the party sheet.
Sure.
But that comes tomorrow or something.
Yeah,
I
don't
know.
worry.
In any case, all of you wake up after having spent the day at the desert resting, and you wake up to Basil summoning a giant hyena and spending a second level spell slot to do that.
Mm-hmm. Morning, guys. Just doing my morning summonings.
Your regular summoning of large magical creatures.
Good morning, he
That's
says as
new.
the sun goes down, yes.
Force of habit.
Where did you get it from? Where did it come from?
Where did it go? Where did it come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
It's a secret to everybody.
Do hyenas even work well in the desert?
Really desert, but like dry, hot areas, I guess. But I'm gonna look this up.
But in any case, you don't have to walk anymore, Basil, because you have a hyena you can ride.
Yay!
But otherwise, I assume you guys are just moving onwards then.
I just
We
look at Tag
are.
from time to time to see if he says something, but
I think he wants to ride you, Tack.
No.
wow.
And this is the least subtle way I managed to make my point across.
This could be you.
So,
You could be a steed.
you keep moving onwards along the fields, trying to get to Macau Maebre, and traveling during the night, guided by the stars and the marks because you are on a road. But thankfully, there nothing comes up at you during your travel. And as the sun starts to come up the following day, you set up camp once again.
Could I have 2 words with Atticus at the last
Sure,
camp?
sure.
So I go to his tent. Hey, Atticus,
Yes.
I have a very small request. Could I see your weapon?
Okay, sure. I take out my greatsword.
Oh no, he pulled it out right in front of everyone.
No, in my tent in front of only Dust. Only he gets to share in this moment.
You're not in
I would-
there.
So I would like to take it in my hands. It's magic, right?
Come on, you don't have to.
Yes.
You see, when I met up with the Sun Dancers long in the past, I told Forderan, the wolf that we are about to meet in the city, that I would earn enough money to buy my own weapon because he is so good with daggers and all. And I told him that I would earn enough money to one day buy myself a blade, and I would become really good at it. I never actually bought a weapon. Could I borrow yours for tomorrow? I
There
would
are-
give it back.
Okay. I guess.
Thank you so much. You are the best. I would like to try and hug you.
You're still pointing that thing at me.
Yeah, like I would hold it awkwardly in my hand.
Put that down.
Yeah.
And then we can do the mushy things.
So we do that. I thank you again. I grab your sword and I leave towards my tent, swinging it around for a bit of a test.
Dust. It feels
That will
incredibly,
end poorly.
horribly unwieldy. It's far too big, far too heavy, far too swingy. Whenever you actually get some momentum in a swing, it's very hard to hit anything that you're targeting. If you try to hit a cactus, you hit the other cactus that's beside of it, or just the sand, or a rock, or whatever. It's pretty hard to use. It requires a lot of strength and a lot of control to precisely strike at things. You're not entirely sure how Atticus does it, but wielding a great sword seems beyond you.
It does seem
Yeah,
to veer ever so slightly towards your target.
yeah. I was probably
Yes.
like spend. I was probably like spend like half an hour trying to swing, trying to maybe get a feel of how to fake it. That I know what I'm doing, but I would probably get tired pretty quickly and just well, I would just try not to swing it too much when I try to show off.
Not
I'll
only
figure something out.
not only that, but when you go back to your tent and try to look at yourself in front of a mirror you have, it sits very odd in your back. You had to borrow the sheath and
Sheath.
the bandolier holster, whatever, that Atticus uses, and since it's made for his size, it's it looks too big on you. It is kind of a little bit too loose. You have to tighten the stripes a little bit extra, but it does not look like it was made for you. But it does look very impressive on you. It's like you almost look like a Monster Hunter character with a weapon that it's almost as big as you.
Yeah, I have to make sure not to bend my knees too low, or the tip scratches the ground. Well, so I'm taking notes of those little details so I can fake it tomorrow.
Yeah, it's weird, it's unwieldy, but little by little you're kinda getting a sense for it. You think you're getting the hang of how to how to manage faking the fact that you're using a sword.
So I fall asleep hugging it, because
Sure.
I always dreamed of a weapon like that.
Yeah. You go on ahead and you do that, and for all intents and purposes, you think that Fordoran will be very impressed when he sees you with with that sword. You are certain of it. Sure. As you spend the night there in your camp over this next area of the desert, you find yourselves having found a very nice little spot. As the road goes further into the desert, you start to get out of the more sandy terrain and more into the rocky terrain, and there's plenty of cliffs here and there, and little valleys. And in these valleys and everything else, you guys are able to set up camp and rest assured that there's less places for people to come at you with a trap, and you have better protection from the sun. However, the night goes by, other than the scorching heat of
The day.
the deserts, everything goes fine. There's nothing too weird going on, anyways. And you wake up when the sun is going down.
Woohoo.
All right.
And
I'll
you're
just change my spell then.
and you're ready to keep on traveling. And I assume that Find Steed keeps working. You still have
Yes. Until it dies, basically. Yeah.
okay. So you're calling your hyena Rip then?
Yes. As is tradition.
Okay.
It
Oh.
wasn't a tradition, but now it is.
I'll make one.
It is tradition to name things after characters in another game.
Oh,
Apparently, perhaps. Seems to be a thing.
hyenas
It is
do
the
be
third
traveling
one.
between different games. Be tag or the mounts, I guess.
Or rip, yeah.
And dwarves.
So... That's a thing. Now you have a hyena companion, a steed. I believe he can fight for you in combat.
Yep.
Yes.
Not like Phantom Speed that evaporates.
I tricked you into giving me an animal companion.
It's not going to be particularly good, but
Yeah.
We'll figure out the rules for that when it becomes relevant. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, you have Rip now in the party sheet, and you have access to Rip's character sheet. You should have access to it.
I do.
Good.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, you guys keep on traveling towards Macau Maebre. And on the path onwards... Oh no, I don't want 2 D20s, I just want the one. It's a chill as heck travel through the night in the desert. Nothing comes up your way, nothing weird happens, and you get to Macau Maebre just as the sun is starting to rise. You have been here before, but the previous time you've been here, it's been almost a month ago, if not more than that. And back then you didn't pay attention to the Elf Gate, but this time around you're
Nope.
on the lookout for it, and you see it.
Yep.
Much like I said, in the rocky cliffs of the region. Some of those cliffs and some of those rocky outcroppings, whereas they're pointing more horizontals, they start kind of pointing diagonally and pointing upwards and upwards until you get to a point where it's not rocky outcroppings anymore. Now it's just the Elfgate stones arranged in a circle right by the edge of the city.
Let's go and study them.
Sure. You guys head on over and you start studying them to see what is up. And you write down all the sigils and all the symbols and all that you need to memorize it to be able to return here. And easy enough, you get it. You have now the secret of the Elf
Sands.
Gate. No, not the sands.
That's
Not the sands.
all credits.
The Elf Gates of Macau Maebre. You can teleport there now.
yay.
And also teleport back to Mercantis or the other places you've been to and everything else.
Yep. So, what sort of accommodations are in Maybury?
As you start looking around, the sun is rising and some people are still out and about, tending to their own shenanigans. But you start walking around, seeing what there is to see. You've been here before, but the last time you were here, it was a very short trip because you just had time to sleep and then depart on the caravan with Port onwards to Mercantis. But you see that there's a bunch of places for all kinds of intents and purposes. There's a clock tower here that you never noticed before, and you can see it from almost anywhere in the city. There's an armor and shield shop where you can buy your delicious magical goods. There's 2 taverns in this town. There's the Crossed Axis, that is closer to the clock tower, and there's the Sassy Salamander Inn, that is kind of on the main road. There's also a general store where traveling supplies and other such things can be bought. And other than that, it's still not that big of a city. It's a Macau, but no city is gonna be as big as Mercantis was.
Sure.
One thing you guys do notice, however, is that the majority of the population here in Maebre seems to be orcs.
I figured that.
But yeah, other than that, you have these two inns that you can go to. And those of you who are a little bit more insightful might remember that you had a bounty for the undead people that you had to look up, and the sergeant who has information on the bounty and everything else is at the Sassy Salamander Inn.
Yep, that's what I knew.
Sunset Sarsaparilla Inn. We need to hand him our bottle
Sassy
caps.
Salamander.
So
we go there to look for him.
all right, you make your way to the Sassy Salamander Inn, and indeed, weirdly enough, there is a little, much like the Swords Follower shop, there's a taxidermy salamander on the counter that throws sassy remarks at everyone that comes in through. And obviously, it slings all kinds of remarks at you guys as well as you come in. And you imagine it's magically enchanted in some way, shape, or form to do that.
I feel like this was the first of the alliterating taverns, and then everyone wanted to copy them, but they never bothered to get the salamander.
Indeed.
Well,
that's what makes it.
The cute camel does have a taxidermy camel in it.
But he
fair
doesn't
enough.
say anything.
No, he's
No.
just very fluffy.
He's very cute, though.
Yeah. But dismissing the sassy remarks the salamander throws at you guys, you look around and you do find the sergeant there. You approach them. He's an orc. And you do happen to have his name as well. Is one Elfrin Kurtash.
Yep.
He is there by the table drinking and writing things down on a paper, and as you guys approach, some of you perceive that a presence watching over you. And as you look around, you see that perched on the ceiling beams above his table, there's a hawk that is keeping very close watch to you guys as you approach him.
I
And
don't like that hawk.
Do I see something magical about the hawk?
do you have detect magic?
No, but I have Arcana.
You don't perceive things right away, no.
Okay.
Arcana is more so to try and suss out the magic once you know there is magic to be found.
Got it.
Since you don't know that there is magic to be found, trying to suss it out would be, like, incredibly difficult.
You could come up with explanations for things, but they might just only make sense because of assumptions you make.
Oh, I
it's
understand.
magic.
Like the vampire in the other bar.
So-
Vampire, stop it.
Tak, you can give me an Arcana check with disadvantage if you're trying to suss out if there's some magic going on with this hawk at the ceiling beams.
You know.
You don't think there's anything magical going on with this hawk. It's just very attentive. Nonetheless, the orc looks up at all five of you showing up, and he kind of tidies up his papers, closes the book he was writing things on. Hello, how can I help you?
Oh, we're the Moon Dancers, and we've come to ask about the undead bounty.
You're bounty hunters, then.
We are.
Well, the situation is not all that difficult, you see. But it has escalated a little bit. We had to take some measures. There's a
Oh.
temple outside of town. Not too far outside of town, but there's a temple nearby, and it used to be the big temple here, where we where we lay our dead to rest. And something has gone on. There were undead there. People tried to solve the matter, but the matter has kind of gotten out of hand. And now we had to destroy the bridge that leads to the temple to make sure that the dead can't reach us anymore, while we wait for a cleric to come from the capital, although none has come as of yet.
All right.
Now, unfortunately, the temple grounds and the temple itself is rife with undead, and we need people to deal with the matter. If you believe you're up to the task, then I can give you directions.
Yes. We'd like to know the directions.
Alright? Just be warned. Like I said, the situation has escalated, so we're not particularly sure what you're gonna find in there, but retrieve proof of whatever it is that's just laying there, and we can recalculate the bounty you'll be getting for it.
All right.
That's good.
So, if you go westwards from the main gate, and he starts giving you guys directions to go to this temple outside of town. And as he says it, it's particularly simple and easy and quick to get you. And apparently the undead
Is it at the ruins?
no, west. It's
West.
in town. It's in these hex.
Got it.
You don't even have to go far from it. Is there anything else I can help you with?
No, I think that's about it.
Very well then. So it is done, and there's some bounty for you all to collect. Moon Dancers, was it?
It is.
Alright then. I wish you, the Moon Dancers, luck in your endeavor.
Thank you. And so when we move out of range of him, I'm going to ask the rest of the guys, do you think we should ask him if he's seen a wolfen guy?
What
Yes,
information do we have on the wolf guy specifically?
Sure. Well, I
What
mean, we
is-
know his name because he used to be part of the Sundancers.
Yeah, but nothing about his concrete location, right? Other than
Dust
these-
knows.
I mean,
Only
Dust,
what he
can
looks
you tell
like.
us about him?
Well, the information you had from Jergly is that he said he would be coming here.
Yep.
And Jew confirmed that he tried to settle here in Mabry.
Right. But I thought maybe because this guy lives here, he might know.
Could come back with the bounty and then ask if he knows something. Then he wants to tell us if we present him with a thing, a quest complete.
Increase their disposition by completing quests for them.
Yes,
At some
exactly.
point, they'll let you go into their homes and take some items of below a certain gold value cost.
Hey, we can ask later, I guess. Let's get those undead.
All right. So that's what we're headed toward, Doug.
Alright? As you guys are moving out, I want you, Tack, to roll me a d20.
All right. D20. $14.
13. As you're looking around, you see that the hawk just flies down from the beams back to the table, with the orc guy, the bounty hunter, the bounty giver, and he just feeds the hawk some kibble or whatever, and you get the sense that this is just this guy's pet hawk.
He's saying the hawk towards
Okay.
to him. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Actually, he's sending him messages of 280 characters or less.
Yes.
But other than that, you don't see anything out of the ordinary. You imagine it's just like Basil is not the only cool kid with an animal companion in town.
Sure.
I just give him a very stern look, like my pet is cooler than yours.
Sure, he keeps looking at you guys with his arms crossed until you guys are out of sight by exiting the sassy salamander inn. And the sassy salamander also once again just throws sassy remarks at you all.
This
Cheapskates!
thing,
Not even buy a drink! Cheapskates!
this thing must have been pummeled several times.
Well, let's see what's at the crossed axes, excuse me.
You're going to the other inn?
Yeah, I want to just see if the Wolfen is around before we head off.
Alright.
It doesn't alliterate, which makes it infinitely more interesting.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
You go to the Crossed Axes tavern, and easy enough, you get in there, and you see that there's a bunch of peperinos around and about.
Is there a pupperino? That is the important question.
Looking around, it doesn't take too long before two of you notice, based on description, the wolf guy.
Just
Yeah,
like
That's
that.
easy.
Huh?
He has black fur, and he has an eye patch as well. And he seems to be sitting by a table, and you see that there's a guy that's with him. Seems like a hobgoblin, and they seem to just be playing some manner of like checkers or something, while he's having a drink, and that's it. You see them in the distance doing that.
Does the hobgoblin look like the one we met a couple days ago?
No, that was the cleric of the dragon god.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it doesn't look like the traveling priest. This is a soldier goblin. He has armor and weapons and everything else.
Bet he's members of the SSS.
Basil gets off his mount and kinda hides behind Rip.
Gets off his high horse.
Yes, basically.
Hey, Dust, is that him over there?
Yeah, it is. Oh boy. I'm getting nervous now.
Time to show him your swords. The
Do you
singing
wanna go over
stories.
Gripping
and talk
technique,
to
yes.
him?
Okay. Should we go then?
Yeah, let's go.
Hey,
Remember, nobody says anything about SSS. We're not going to say anything about that.
are you guys sure? We could, do something else.
Well, let's not start with it at the very least.
No, I mean going over to the wolf guy. Is that a smart idea?
Well, we're gonna want to do it.
Yeah, because we want to find out and talk to him.
Do you recognize him?
No.
Well, then
Insight
why
check.
are you hiding?
Just
You guys, as you were standing there, like, I imagine already inside the tavern, You see
Yes.
a half elf coming from behind the counter and comes up to you, and he looks at all of you. Table 35, I imagine.
Yes.
Yes, please.
And a bowl for my big pet. Water, please.
Pets stay outside.
Ah, okay. I'll bring him outside.
Are you coming back inside?
Mm. I take grip and walk him outside.
And the half elf guy, who weirdly enough also has an eye patch, he looks at all of you again and says, "We only have a table for 5 there at the corner." And when he points, it's the complete opposite corner from where the wolf guy is at. But he points there and says, "That's the only one big enough for your friend."
Oh, I mean, I can stay outside if you guys want to have a drink or something.
We don't need to be in a different position to have a drink.
All right. So then we're going to go over to the table he points us to.
All right then, table for 5. And he shouts, and you see a small goblin coming out of the woodwork,
As
rushing to,
goblins are wont.
as I want to do. Yes, the little goblin comes out, and he comes rushing to the table, with a rag in hand. He spits on the table and then starts rubbing the rag around to clean it up the table. Then you see that he just hops on top of the table. Then again, after having cleaned it up, and grabs some mugs from shelves that are around and sets them down on the table. Then he jumps off and rushes to behind the bar to start getting something that you're not entirely sure, but you hear a lot of noise coming from the kitchen area of the bar.
All right.
And the half elf, he kind of just points towards the table and waits for all 5 of you to go and sit down.
I go sit down.
Yep.
Basil, Dustin,
Do-
Trakar as
do-
well, I assume.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah,
Do I
well,
see Basil come back in?
I'm not back inside yet.
All right. So the 4 of you sit down at the table, and you can see, those of you who are facing that way, that the whole commotion of the elf shouting about the table and the goblin making a mess of settling the table, the wolf guy has noticed you guys now, having entered the tavern, and he seems to be looking with some intensity over at you guys.
I should imagine Dust is there.
Yep.
Do his eyes linger on me, or does he not recognize me?
His eyes does seem to linger on you a bit. You're not entirely sure if he does recognize you. You guys are like across the bar from one another, on opposite corners.
Okay, so I came into this town fully looking forward to approaching him and showing off with my sword, but now I'm so nervous I just sit down with my buddies by our table and I pretend not to recognize him.
It doesn't take long before the half elf comes back. So what will you be having? You will be having something, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I'd like an ale of some kind.
Alright, a nail of some kind. What about the rest of you?
I'll start
3
with
shots
water.
of something strong.
Alright. Coming right up. Something strong. And what about your friend outside?
I don't know. Whenever he comes back in, he can order himself.
We don't save places. Either he's ordering or
He wants a water.
we don't serve water here, sir.
This is a Wendy's.
I see.
Ale it is.
Ale then. Coming right up. And then he goes back behind the counter and shortly afterwards, while you guys are still like pondering what to do, he comes back with mugs of ales for everyone, including Basil, who's not there, and an extra murky ale for you, Dust.
Nice.
So
Guys.
you should go talk to him. I mean, you need to let him know he's got that curse on him.
Yeah, should I go and do it on my own?
I can be your support if you need to.
There
Okay,
we
come,
go.
Tracker.
He's
Oh,
good with
here I go.
words.
I can be your angle
Can
or
you
your devil.
can you like
My
maybe
control
share-
him, yes.
no, like think some colorful tales about my achievements with you
Ah.
guys.
I mean, we can tell him the truth. Won't that matter?
Yeah, you've done some good stuff.
Well, it will work out somehow. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna grab two of those. What did I get? Did I get shots of something strong, or did I get mugs?
You got a mug. It's
Okay.
ale,
Well,
Of something strong.
ale with something else
Yeah.
poured into it.
okay, I'll just go with my mug and swing in my shoulders and with one of my hands on the handle of the sword, I would go like, "Hey, for the run!"
Just like that.
Oh my
Immediately,
god.
the wolf guy who had been there at the table, not playing checkers at all, he's been just kind of watching over you all. When you start coming over his way, he leans back on his chair and looks at you, and you recognize his face. He seems a little bit older and weathered, but it's still the same Ford run you knew all those years ago. And he smiles, showing off an awful lot of teeth as he does. Ah, if the tales are not wrong. Atticus, Basil, Dust, Taken, Trakar. The group I've heard so much about. Finally, I get to see two of you.
Oh,
Where's the rest?
why did you hear?
I heard stories of accomplishments and other achievements. You all have been making a big name for yourselves over at Mercantis. And over here at the deserts as bounty hunters, I take it. Especially when it comes to liberating roads from ogres and other such hazards as well.
Yeah, we are on the way for another adventure. Yeah, this is pretty much a norm for us now. We are exactly like you in the past. You and Jill and everyone. I'm living my dream finally, and it's so good to see you. You should have come visit. We live in Mercantis.
Dust is the name you go by now.
What do you mean go by now?
When I met these young scamper rascal, you were just Dusty, a young frightened boy in a village, about to get sacrificed. And now look at you, all grown and having adventures of your own. The little ungrateful bastard that you are.
Ungrateful?
We saved your life from being sacrificed, only for you to go back out into the desert and risk it again over and over. For what? Glory? Money? Is your life not worth anything, Dusty?
Well, I wanted to be like you.
You only
Hey,
think
he already accomplished the same thing you did. He stopped a sacrifice.
Yeah. Our
Did you
friend
now?
lives because we were around to save him.
Is your friend whom you saved also rushing back into the world to risk his life?
He
Well-
would, but we will find another job for him. Kinda.
So you fancy yourself a bounty hunter now?
Well, I mean, yeah, that's what our group does, I guess. Are you not proud?
Proud of you risking your life? I can't say that I'm proud. I can say that I am impressed. To think young little Dust would come back here to say hi.
Well, is this not a good time?
It can be a good time. Since you're
Oh
so
no, he's one
eager,
of those kind of people.
since you're so eager to throw yourself a danger and risk your life, which me, Jill, and the others have risked our own to save, then I might have a little job for you, Dusty.
Oh yeah, we'll do it. No questions asked.
Taking the opportunity by the horn as soon as it presents it, huh?
Well, Dusty,
Wow, he ignored me. That bitch.
I will talk to you about this little job, which is not so little after all. But your group is a bit too big for my taste. I'll talk to you and one other of your companions. Choose, then follow. And then Forderun stands up, turns around, and goes to a little room in the back.
Well, who will it be?
I think Basil is an excellent person to go with him.
I just choke on my ale and spit it out.
Well, what do you think, Trucker?
I can go, but I don't have a good feeling about this.
What?
I think he'll try to. I don't know. I don't know. His goes saying like, "Oh, you doing the adventurous stuff now? We work so hard for you to have a good life. Oh no! Well, if you do that, let me use you then for a job." Sounds kind of odd for me, but let's see what he has to say then.
Yeah. Oh, it's just how he is. He's like,
He's with them now, so
well, you don't know that.
We
Well,
know
I guess we
that.
can. Okay, I guess we can see what he says. You are good about reading people, so I will lean on you on making a final decision.
Alright, see how good I'll read him then.
Okay, so we go in then, right?
So, Dust, you're choosing to go with Trakar then.
Yes.
All right. You follow him into the dark room in the back, and you do see that there are two other hobgoblin guards with their arms crossed, uh, who just keep eyeing you as the two of you go in, following for the run. The rest of you, Atticus, Basil, and Tack, you see Dust and Trakar going into a small corner of the tavern. Do you do anything about that?
No, they must be doing something right, but I'm alert.
My
Yep.
hands are shaking. Maybe I should go
Why are you
after them.
Why are you so nervous?
Just worried for Dust, you know. That's all.
Well, I'd be more worried for Jakar, because if Dust needs to get out of there, he will do so very quickly.
True.
So,
I should be in there with them. It feels wrong to just wait out here. I'll give him a few, and feel like something goes wrong, I'll go in.
Do you want to go in? I ask you. Do you want to go in?
Don't know if it would go instantly, but give him a few minutes. But
I reach over and touch you and turn you invisible.
oh, okay. Doing the scene from Lord of the Rings, then got it. Okay. Sure. Then I'll thank you for it and just vanish and try to go after them.
okay. Basil, give me a stealth check with advantage.
I am the rat, a sneaky rat.
I'm the tiny rat that makes none of the rules.
None of the noise.
So you are able to, Tack mostly hides you from everyone else with his massive size, and then you become invisible. And then the tavern is very cramped and kind of loud and noisy. Every step you make creaks something. It's very hard not to notice someone going by here. But you manage to cross the whole tavern without coming into contact with anything or anyone or making any noise. And when you go to follow Dust and Trakar, the hobgoblins that are standing guard by the corridor, they don't seem aware of your presence at all. And you just slink along in the corridor as well.
Ooh.
The two of you, Dust, Trakar, and you as well, Basil, unbeknownst to everyone, happen into a small room, very small. Like it seems like almost like a meeting room of sorts. There's just a table and a long bench. And by the time the two of you guys, Dust and Trakar, getting there, you see that Forderun is already closing the windows with blinds and everything else, just making sure that the room is incredibly dark. And then, once you guys are in,
Nothing but the most honest of jobs in here.
once the two of you are in, he just looks back and says, "Would you please close the door?"
I close the door.
Sure.
Probably even neither I nor Trakar know that Basil is around.
No, we don't.
Not
Thinking of a
unless,
way to letting you know, but I can't come up with anything. So no, you don't.
yeah, not unless Basil makes himself known. You know, in that pre-arranged signal you guys had in mind, which you totally have arranged beforehand.
Right.
So,
Right, we have.
Basil, you manage to slink into the room unseen and unnoticed before Dust closes the door, and now it's only the four of you in the room. The dark vision group, all there. For the rum, he pulls out a candle from his bag, puts the candle on the table in a little cup, and says, I need both of you to have both of your hands, pressed against this table as I light up this candle.
Why?
This candle is a candle of truth. So long as nobody in this room lies, it'll keep shining brightly. If any lie is told, it'll go out, and then I'll know whether or not you can be trusted with the information I'm about to tell you.
Well then, all right.
Yeah. What do you think, Tracker? Anything we can say, we can, as long as we are honest, everything is going to be good.
Depends on what he wants to ask, but not like you have any secrets to hide.
Do you have any dealings with the SSS?
Shit.
No, because we don't deal with them. Oh,
So both of you are putting your hands on the table, right?
yes, we
Yeah.
are.
Are you, Basil?
I don't. I've.
Ah,
No,
yes. let
how
let
much-
me be
yes.
a part of this.
How much of the interaction is breaking invisibility? So could I technically be holding the candle without breaking it?
So long as you don't attack or cast a spell, apparently.
So I could technically write little notes on paper and just slip it to somebody without breaking it. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if people notice the notes being written and moving around, then they would notice that there is someone invisible, but yeah.
Okay.
So
Got it. No, I don't put my hand on the candle. I just stand in the corner for now.
Okay. So does the Entrakar put both of your hands on the table and then for the run lights up a match and lights up the candle, and the candle burns brightly, being the only source of light in this very dark room, which all of you could see into because you all have dark vision. But now there is a source of light, this little candle. And then Forderon looks at the two of you, Dusty and the Drakengard.
His name is Tracker, as far as I know.
As far as you know.
Drakar.
Well, candle has not gone out, so that's a good start.
I would like to know. You have been making a name for yourselves, as I have heard. But I wonder, what has made you come here and seek me? I imagine you are seeking me, after all. By the way, before we move on, Dust and Trakar need both of you to give me a wisdom saving throw.
Let's go. If we make it, we can lie.
If you don't, you're attracted to the light.
I
Come on.
suspect that if you do successfully lie, that it will still do the candle thing, but sure.
Fuck.
Perfection.
Indeed.
Do you want my inspiration?
Alright, that's the thing we have.
I have my
He has
own.
his
I'll
own.
use it.
Alright?
I want to lie. I don't want to be truthful. That's bad.
Oh,
Okay, have mine.
dear.
Have mine.
No.
This is perfect. This is so perfect.
Have mine, please.
You can have
Alright,
mine.
I'll have yours. Yours
Wait.
is next.
If I give
How-
him my inspiration, does he assume I'm in the room?
Oh well, 18.
What's the range
That's
on
good.
giving inspiration to others?
I'll take an 18.
Alright. You don't know what the DC is, but 18 seems like a very high roll. Please mark off your inspiration. And that's what we have for the rolls. 18 for Trakar and 21 for Dust. On your wisdom saving throws. Forderum poses the question, why have you come here to seek him? Why are you seeking him?
I always wanted to see you again. You know why? I'm so happy to see you again. I saw Jill recently as well.
I must say that despite everything, it is good to see you again, Dusty. And most importantly, to see that you're in good health and surrounded by friends, which I imagine you trust.
Oh yeah, totally.
He trusts
And,
us.
and look at this cool sword.
I noticed it seems fairly big for your size.
Yeah, that's why I hoped you would be impressed.
It is indeed a very impressive sword, bigger than anything Jill has ever wielded. Tell me, Dust, are you happy with this life you have chosen?
Yes, there are some challenges, but I am happy with it. Well, upstairs it sounded like you wanted me to stay, like, out of danger of anything, but genuinely I wanted to be like you guys. Like, I don't think it's enough for me to just stay safe and exist. I want to live and I want to see the world. If I were to just stay docile, I don't know if you know how Jill turned out. He
I do.
he yeah.
We, the Sand Dancers, are no more. Not as they used to be, at least. We have since broken up. Although Punch does try to get it to keep going. Well, Punch tried to keep it going, but then he also gave up, and at the end of the day, only Selic kept the Sand Dancers going. But now it's not what it used to be. And yes, Jill has become docile. But as far as everyone else is concerned, I think Jill turned out the best of all of us.
Is he holding a candle as well? I think he doesn't, right?
He's not holding the candle. He does not have his hands on the table either, but you don't know the particulars of how this candle works.
Yeah, point that out.
I will. When I suspect a lie.
He ponders for a moment. You do know that Kiruns, well, without friends like us, he just went into seclusion and doesn't talk to anyone anymore. Punch is gotten a little bit too zealous of with his religiousness, and trying to get the word out of him is a challenge. And Selic is more concerned about making money than doing the right thing. The Sand Dancers, as we used to be, are no more. And Jill is married now. citizen of Mercantis.
I know about the curse.
You see that his facial expression furrows a little bit. He almost like closes his eyes with how much is furrowing his brows, and as he looks at the two of you, I should have expected you to know about the curse. Then you understand why I am so angry and frustrated with your decision to keep risking your life.
But now he's
But if he-
keep risking. Now has some motivation to get you guys rid of that curse.
But if he dies, the curse will be lifted. It's fine.
That too.
I doubt it.
You mean to say that you want to go out there and try to lift this curse?
Of course. I mean, that's what you would do for me.
That's what he did for you already.
Yeah. And there are ways. And we will find even better ways. The best way that we have thought of so far is make everyone involved forget the past 10 years of their lives. I kind of want to go to the village and ask if that would be okay with them.
Forgetting 10 years is not something people are usually okay with.
Well, they have been trying to forget the past generations of our village's life. I
Well,
think
if they
then-
forget the past 10 year, wouldn't it make that they go back to their sacrificial traditions?
Oh god, yeah, you may be right. Yeah, we have to iron out some details there.
Dusty, I have spent the past 10 years looking for ways to rid ourselves of this curse. This solution you speak of making people lose their memories, is one such conclusion we reached a while back. Do you know why we did not do that one?
I don't know.
Because Jill said, I don't want Dusty to forget about us.
Oh. Well, how can you expect me to just turn my back on you now?
Well, I
You don't
don't.
agree?
I have been looking for solutions to this curse for a while, and I believe I have found another potential solution. It is a little bit risky, however. But if you have no qualms with risking your life to venture inside of dungeons and tombs, then
Or to
Might as-
murder your loved ones.
you might as well go.
Yeah, let's do that. Tell us what we have to do.
No, let's ask some questions first.
Yeah, Tracker is the smart one. I usually just rush right into danger, but he is the brains of our group. He's also the most charismatic and handsome one among us.
Oh
He's
my
like the
god.
leader. He's
Oh
the
my
leader
god,
of our
I'm
group.
handsome.
You notice that for the run he grunts at your first remark.
But then, hold on a second, that's the candles goes out. That's
If that would be considered a lie big enough, then maybe the candle would go off.
Oh my god.
Maybe.
Dust.
It depends on whether or not you believe those things.
Do you believe that? Mm-hmm.
You do believe what you're saying, right?
It's possible that maybe someone else in the group I would consider more attractive.
Oh my
But
god.
but I was trying to be nice.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Candle goes out.
You see, there's a flicker in the candle, in the flames, but you don't know whether or not it's by the half truths you're saying or by Forderun's grunt. With your first remark of how you proudly professed to rush into danger. He crosses his arms and ponders for a bit. If you know about the curse, you probably also know a lot more about what each of us has been up to in the past years, right, Dusty?
I passed a big bull statue in the desert, and it gave me some visions. And it seems like they might be accurate. Also, I closed the window by accident. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'll go back into the game.
Yeah, no, we're hearing you through Discord, not the game. So
Okay, yeah, right. So, yeah, I have a vague idea.
I heard that you've been through Broken Spear.
Oh, yeah. Like a week ago, was it? No, a couple weeks ago.
And
How did you even
That-
hear that?
that was like a week. No, I think that was a week ago. I don't know.
I have
Time is
my ways
wet
of knowing things. Namely, things called scouts. And my scouts told me that you've been to Broken Spear. I assume you've spoken with Jurgly.
I start sweating. Oh, yeah, we exchanged some words. There was a bounty on his head.
Let's be with the cat out of the hat now. Yes, we know we're in you're in SSS. You're trying to get us to say that.
More or less.
Here we go. Now,
That's not the issue. The issue is what Jurgly has told you about ruins.
not much actually. Maybe I didn't hear that part, but well, actually, I didn't hear any of that. I wasn't there. every time people were speaking to Jokely, I wasn't there. As far as I know, the guys here just went and talked with Jokely about you, actually.
And about ruins, too, right?
Well, that you have to ask that to someone who's been there.
Yeah, the family that he worked for used his knowledge of this deciphering codes or something. Sorry, out of character, those elements are kind of fizzy for me.
I mean, you didn't tell anything wrong as of yet.
No, yeah, you're about right. Jurgly, he overheard details from House Septum about ruins they have kind of sort of figured out because they were intercepting SSS messages and trying to get, nab some treasures. But Jurgly found out about some of those things, ran away, that's why they put up the bounty, and for the run came across him and helped him escape into Broken Spear and all of that.
And I also do believe that we did not discuss ruins with him at all. If
I
I'm
think he
not
did.
mistaken.
He gave you very vague ideas and notions, but I think he did. If not him, then
We did.
Yeah, like the Septim are looking for the capital or something along those lines. I will tell that to Fodder, and I guess Dust's memory is not that good either.
for the run he just says, whether or not House Septim knows of precisely what they're looking for, it does not matters. What matters is what the SSS at Mercantis know, and they happen to know of the location of 3 ruins. Horribly close to your home, Dust.
Well, we're going to get there before them.
No, wait, no. You want us to do SSS job for you and get all those 3 dungeons checks. Am I guessing it right?
You guessed incredibly correctly. And this is not SSS job. It's a me job specifically.
I'll believe it when you put your hands on the table, actually.
He smirks, uncrosses his arms, and puts both of his hands on the table squarely and
Now repeat absolutely everything that you have said verbatim.
Yes.
from the
go.
very beginning. So Forderam puts both his hands on the table.
He might
This
succeed.
is not a job for the SSS. It's a job for me.
And what happens now?
The candle does not goes out. The candle stays there, still shining brightly. The wax is slowly melting away.
Hmm.
So you said that you may have a solution to the whole curse thing, and the ruins are related to that.
Yes. As part of the SSS, I have been helping investigate ruins as well. I have been to the ruins nearby of Goroval, and whilst in there I discovered something remarkably interesting. Something that I have been keeping away from the SSS. And this thing that I have found there leads me to believe that there are incredibly powerful artifacts to be found closer to those ruins by your home, your former home, as it was. I imagine that whatever entity was being worshipped at your home previously, knowledge of it might have come from those ruins. So if you go there and explore the ruins, maybe you will find something about the ritual. Or some artifact that allows the curse to be broken.
I don't want to sound ungrateful, but why haven't you done it yourself yet? Do you not have enough strong people?
Because of the cures.
Right. Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
I'm afraid
Forgot.
that if I go over there, the curse might do something to me. But
And also, if he's doing that of interest of his own, finding SSS resources just for that, we'll put a target on him from SSS itself. If they won't find anything.
I will do a much better job staying here.
Speaking of SSS, why join them?
To try and find a cure for the curse.
So if we find the cure, you will quit.
Once I do, I have no reason to remain as part of the SSS.
And what terrible things have you done as a part of SSS?
That is not pertinent to this conversation. Suffice it to
It
say,
is.
Handle goes.
Does trust you because you saved him, but I don't know you. The trust needs to go both ways if you want the job to be done.
suffice it to say, as part of being a member of the SSS, what I have been doing is brokering information. I'm making sure the SSS knows just what they need to know and not more. My job is to stay here and ensure that no person at the SSS learns of those ruins, so you have a chance of getting there first.
Hmm.
As a matter of fact, I was starting to gather a group to go with you, or rather, to go there. Unfortunately, this group is people that I trust, people who owe me enough. And thus far, it only consisted of one person, but with the illustrious Atticus Basil Dust Tack and Tracar, and my personal contact, maybe this group will be big enough to take on the ruins.
If it's a Temple of Norgoberg, I hope I will be safe. But I have been good all this time. I think we should do that. We'll talk to everyone.
Before we do, I do have a few questions left as well.
What is it?
How long have you done this job with SSS now?
A few years now. I started as a scout, as they all
3
do.
or more, you say?
Yes. Why?
Then you might, because we need information of what happened in Broken Spear Chassis 3 years ago.
Oh yeah.
Someone was supposed to go in here for something to deal with SSS, if I remember correctly, and they never came back.
Yes. My contact.
Oh,
The person I'm going to be sending towards the ruins with you is a person from the Broken Spear chassis, as it happens.
how perfectly it all aligns. Right, so you only
Yeah.
want information that you find from those ruins, then, right?
And any artifacts you find that may seem like they might break a curse.
Well, speaking of artifacts, well, no, that's a talk about to later. Do you have anything else to ask, Dust?
Well, do you want maybe to ask in more details about our friend?
I suppose there won't be need for that because we'll have the friend
I guess that
helping
is true.
us.
Yeah, I guess one of my questions would be, what can you tell me about Yasira? Because, she seems to. At first, I thought she was evil and keeping it on a Jill on a leash, but she's actually helping him, right?
Yes, sir, she might be more so helping herself rather than Jill. The snake people are not to be trusted. They are charmers and they will cloud your mind and might poison your judgment.
Snake people. She's a shapeshifter or something.
Yeah. Did we know her as a snake person?
No, she's a
Nope.
human.
She
Yeah.
looked very human-esque.
Oh my
Yes,
god,
sir, she is a daughter of the snake people. We met her when we were traveling around Macau to the south. There is plenty of snake people that direction. We all saw it,
So,
but she managed to worm her way inside of Jill's mind and heart, I imagine. She's charmed him, which is part of the reason why the Sand Dancers have broken up. No one would follow the leadership of someone who no longer could control their own minds.
could we get rid of her?
I imagine if you do get rid of her at this point, that means making an enemy of Jill as well.
Uh, yeah. I don't know. We'll see next time we go back to Mercantis.
She is dangerous, I'll say that much, but it's a weird matter to get into. I would much prefer to see her gone, but with Jill the way he is, she might be the only thing keeping him from dying from the curse.
That is also true. Okay, then I guess we are done here.
Do we have an agreement then?
We should at the very least talk to the rest of our group. But you have my vote for it, yes.
Do me a favor, Dusty.
Yes?
Go on and talk to your group. But if you decide not to go along with this, then do not bother going to the ruins. Do not bother coming back here and talking to me. If you choose to not help me with this, then you are against me.
Okay. I nod. I take my hands off the table. Right? I stand up, go to the door.
Sure?
By the way, the last question. You know a lot about us. Do you also know about my fighting style?
Oh my god.
Why?
Not particularly.
Never mind then. You come check her.
In a minute.
Okay, I'll wait by the door then.
You leave the room, I take it?
Oh, do you want me to leave? Yeah. If I get a look of from you that you would want to have a one-on-one with him, then I would go upstairs.
I said in a minute, it won't be long.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going upstairs.
Sure. So,
Like
Dust,
panting heavily from the heavy sword on my back.
you open the door and you leave the room. Basil, do you stay in the room?
I stay.
Sure.
Get a bit closer though.
Since he still has his hands on the table, ask one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you care about dust at all? Are we just tools to get your freedom back?
I care about Dusty, yes. You would You'd be ashamed to see him die.
It won't get to that. But when it comes to SSS, oh boy. Don't make us regret this. And I'm going to throw a cheeky thing into it before I leave. It's called this. I am evil.
What?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
I want him to fear me. I want to assert my dominance.
Alright, so you. Fordran makes a wisdom saving throw against you.
Yes.
He closes his eyes a little bit, just kind of furrowing his brow, and tries to look at you almost challengingly and says, "Don't worry about the SSS. Once this is finished, I'll be done with them. Otherwise, he seems completely unaffected."
Is it because that's Basil in the room or because he made the save?
You don't know.
What did I do?
Because I
You-
didn't read it and it says that I have to be alone with him in the room.
Oh, okay.
If
I
being
think it's more the-
invisible doesn't count as alone.
I think for the purposes of this feature, it would probably count since you are not aware that he is there,
Yeah.
and neither is he.
Oh no. Fuck. He saved. No,
now you
one
just don't know.
Well, if
cool
you-
thing I could do. I cannot do it anymore. I deal short rest.
Yeah, well, at least if he did save, he doesn't know that you did this.
Yes, that is that. Right, I'll leave then. There's nothing to talk about at the moment.
Alright? You stand up.
I will close the door behind me, so figure out that in yourself, please. Because I don't know you're there.
So, Trakar, you leave the room, and as you make your way to leave, you just see Forderun licking his fingers and extinguishing the candle with his fingers as you leave the room.
I
Yes.
want to say
And-
something, but I shouldn't. But
And he locks the door behind him.
I just slip in after Trakar. Like I see him getting up. I follow the whole conversation very thoroughly and just go right after him.
Nothing personnel, kid slits his throat
Oh,
with a
Just
hammer.
I swear, if y'all use my invisibility badly, y'all will never get it again.
see, I don't want to spoil this, so I'm just going outside without doing anything.
So,
Wait.
yes?
Mm,
Yes, Basil, what's up?
if I say stuff out loud, it doesn't break the invisibility,
It
right?
breaks, I think.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Oh.
You'll still be invisible, but people will know there is a voice. Perhaps a person in the room.
As Trakar walks out, I follow him, but I throw a little piece of paper I've been scribbling on while everybody was talking, and I throw it on the desk.
Alright. Can I know what it says?
Yes, so I'll just read it. That didn't make a thing. It says, "If you hurt Dust, you'll regret it. Don't drag them into this. They're innocent. Get rid of this curse and then leave him alone." With a B. Signed with a B.
So you don't know what happens, Basil, because you leave the room right after.
Yep.
With Trakar kind of trying not to get tangled in his tail. But
Yes.
afterwards, as you guys go back to your table at the tavern, Atticus and Tack, you're just there sitting. It's been either a boring half hour or an incredibly riveting half hour as the two of you have talked one-on-one for a while.
It's been a concentrating half an hour.
I've been finishing everyone else's drinks.
Sure. So all of you guys come out, and I imagine Dust and Trakar quickly give you the rundown of the whole situation, and just in time for you to see what's his name, Forderun, coming out of the corridor. But this time he doesn't come out alone. You notice, Basil, that he comes out and he's holding the paper in that you wrote, the note, in his hand, and he sits back down at the desk he was in, the table, with the other hobgoblin that was just kind of there, staring blankly into nothing, into the checkerboard for this half hour. And he sits back down at the table, Forduran does. But along with him, all of you see a gnoll.
That must be the contact.
And you, Tak, recognizes this gnoll as it happens.
Who is the snow?
It's none
Wouldn't
other.
you like to know?
It's none other than Tizik Night Howl.
Ugh, him.
Is
Of course, it's him.
Of course, who else would it be?
Forduran's contact, who's been the person he trusts, and he's been prepping to go up into this mission to the ruins along with the five of you, should you accept his deal. And Tizik just sits there in the table with his fingers crossed as they whispered back to one another, and every now and then they shoot little glances at the four of you in the table. And this is where we end today's session, I suppose.
Bum bum bum.
I'm so sad he didn't get scared. I want him to be scared so much.
Oh no, he's hot. Why would you do this to us, Doug?
I don't know.
Well, he has a token, which means he will be on the field, which means we have to kill him.
He's
What?
in our party.
Hold up,
What?
hold up. Where are you going?
Well,
But does
as with any character, he is able to be killed. I don't know if you want to do that, or if you want to do that. I don't know, but
it's an option. But does the wolf guy has a token?
he does. Oh,
Can we see it?
you want to see Forduran as well? You
Yeah.
He wants to see how hot he is, then he decides if he wants to kill him or
sure.
not.
All of you see Forduran
Precisely. Yes.
as well.
Shit. Fuck.
Yep.
No!
It's hot.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
ah!
there we go.
Yep.
We can't compete with this. Abort, abort.
Look, it makes you do bad life choices.
I love his chest. One side black, one side white. It's very cool design.
So yeah, there's the two peeps who, well, you chose to go here where the quote unquote plot is, and you have met
Yep.
with some of you have met with Forduran, the black wolf with the red eyes, and you have also now can see across the bar from you Tizik, the gnoll who Tak is 100% sure killed Samba.
Killed the girl. Yeah.
Whether or not that is true, we'll see later. But for now, this is it. Or for today, rather, this is it. Thank you guys so very much for playing, and for everyone else over there at the interwebs for watching. We'll be seeing you all next time. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.